Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Monday stream. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. How is everybody doing? Exactly. Assemble, everybody. Caitlin, thank you so much for the 7 months. Also, why I'm still hungry. Thank you for the early 12. Appreciate that. The full year, Em. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nothing to report. Well, it was a very eventful weekend, right? We have a lot of things to talk about today. I think it's going to be a good stream. I think we have a bunch of things to cover today. Another exam? No exam today. No exam today. But speaking of, I have I do have to show you something regarding the exam in a little bit. Give me a second. How's everybody doing? Have you seen the Melbourne Regional? I have not. I was not aware that there was much going on this weekend in terms of tournaments, but if there is, let me consult the spreadsheet real quick. Okay, the spreadsheet does not include the Melbourne Regional. So what was the interesting thing out of the Melbourne Regional? What are we referring to? Also, why is there an ad right now? Shouldn't that have been running during the starting soon screen? Why is that right now? That's not supposed to happen. Well, did you see the RBET? I did see a little bit of it. Yeah, I did see a little bit of it. I watched some of the coverage, not the entirety, but I did tune in a little bit in between over the weekend. Some Archfiend stuff coming up in regionals. Wait, Archfiends? What do you mean Archfiends? What does that mean? Well, new Phantom Nightmare cards? Yes, we will look at them. Yes, we will look at them. The structure. Oh, you mean resonators? Right. Resonators. I was caught off guard by calling it Archfiend because I've only seen people refer to it as either Red Dragon Archfiend or Resonator. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, the cards aren't bad, right? The Archfiend cards are definitely not bad. Ninja Cash Tira topped in Klagenfurt. God damn. Well. All right. Seems like we have a lot of things to cover from the weekend in terms of tournaments, but also in terms we have a lot of news. We have a lot of news that came out in over the last couple of days. Even Friday, you know, we haven't talked about the AGOV Overlord TCG exclusives yet. And we have not talked about the rarities yet for AGOV Overlord. So that's going to be part of the stream. And yeah, let's hop right in. Let's begin with a little warm-up session, and then we will begin with the stuff for today. Because today is going to be, a busy stream because we have a lot of things to talk about. Dawn Balance, thank you for the 11 months, almost 12. That's right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. Ashamed that the new Tistina stuff sucks? We will find out. We will talk about the new Tistina support as well in a little bit. All right. Card guesser time, everybody. Let's see if we are in good shape today. This looks condemned to me. Yes, this is condemned. I think it's Witch. It is Witch. All right. This is... What is this called? The tornado thing that you can activate from hand? It's just Typhoon, right? Yeah, just Typhoon. Maybe Eagles. Nope. Then it may be Gusto Goldo. Okay. Looks like a win, maybe? Yeah, it is just original win. Wind Charmer. How? Oh, then it's the spirit art. Spiritual art. Wait, no. Spiritual wind art. Miyabi. Yeah. The hell is that? This one I don't know. Is this a Phantom Knight? Oh, this is Phantom Knight Spear. Oh, there's a lot of spears. Phantom Knight Spear, yeah. Oh, this looks familiar. Ah, which one is that? I'm gonna regret zooming. Oh yeah, Athena. All right. We got here. Is this Asa the Earth Channeler? I don't think it is. No. Oh, this is Beckoned of the World Chalice. Yeah, the vanilla. What's going on here? Doom Chimera? Doom Chimera? What the hell is that? You're right. What the hell is that? I've never seen that before. Oh, this is the Red Eyes thing. What is this one called? Fang with Chain? Red Eyes Fang with Chain. Yeah. Alf Iron, thank you to 5. Appreciate you. Ooh, this is Rika, isn't it? Is this Kanzashi? Taluya. Taluya? That does not exist. I'm skipping it. It's some plant support. Talaya. Some Infernoble. But Horn of Oliphant. Oh, it's the one they search. I see. It was a good start, but we've been kind of lacking. Okay, this is, I think, Celestine Wagtail. No, this is Warbler. It's Warbler. Warbler, yeah. The hell is this? I don't know what that is. Or Nordic. All right. Is this the Speedroid thing? This is the Speedroid thing, right? Speedroid wheel. No. Reversal of Fate. That is what it is. Okay. Ooh, this is, I think, a new Infernity. Yeah, it's Doom Archfiend. Right. No shot. XYZ Extreme. Sure. What's going on here? What's happening? It looks kind of dope, but I've never seen it, I don't think. Yeah, no, I have no idea what that is. Dream Mirror. Zero. How do I write it? The reward? This one? Okay. This started out so well. Why has it gone so downhill? When did that happen? Cyber repair plan. Oh, this is an alien. Yeah, it's Alien Mars. Nitro Synchron? No, Turbo. Turbo or Nitro? Nitro. Nitro. Yeah. Yes, yes. This might be. Is this Lokai or is it Necro Synchron? It's not. Sunseed. But it's not Lokai. Is it Shadow? It is Shadow. Okay. This is another plant card. This is like Rose something. Rose Girl, probably? It is Rose Girl. Uh, ooh, Garbage Lord? Yeah. Uh, Feng Huang. Yeah. Ooh, this is also Lyrilisk. This might be Bird Sanctuary. No. Really? I thought this was Bird Sanctuary. I have no other guess. I don't know what it is then. Phantom Feathers. Okay, well, we've been baited. Madolce. But I can't tell which one yet. Oh, it's Butler. Butler-esque. Chronomaly Atlantis? It's Vimana again. I always get baited by this. It is Vimana, okay. Why do I always think it's Atlantis? Wheel letter. Don't know what that is. Actually, I do. This is a ninja. Something dragon ninja. Black dragon ninja? Yeah. This one was good in Duel Links. It's probably my favorite time to play Duel Links, when the ninja deck was good. That was cool. This, on the other hand, I have no idea. Triumphant Master. Another Duel Links card, probably, but I didn't play during that time. This is a Dragster, I think. Some FA, but I have no idea which one. Shining Star GT. Alright. If you say so. Ooh, this is the Galaxy Serpent, right? Is it Galaxy Serpent? No, Prohibit Snake. That's the one. Not Galaxy Serpent. Prohibit Snake. Right. What's going on here? I have no idea what that is. Magic Gate of Miracles. Alright. Ooh, this looks familiar. Oh yeah, this is Zerato. Archlord Zerato. Yeah. I'm not sure if I've seen it. Oh, Soul of Silver Mountain, right? The XYZ. Axe Raider. This feels like a Goaty card. This is a Goaty card. I'm gonna skip it. Goaty Cosmos. Oh, this is Ebon. Ebon High Magician? Or Ebon Illusion? Ebon High. MEG, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. What is this? I do not know. Majestus. Alright. Noted. Ooh, this is something Parshath. I want to say Sanctuary of Parshath. Sanctum of Parshath? That one, yeah. Gladiator Taming. Yes. Ooh, this is... No. Mighty Guard? The vanilla, right? I thought it was I thought that was a Machina. It is not. I lied. Oh, Tyranno Infinity. Tyranno. Hello? Tyranno Infinity. Okay. What is that? Flying Fortress. Okay. Wait, that's a for hire field spell? This is something Dunker. Destiny Hero Dunker. Yeah. Oh, this is Necros Trishula. Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm. What do we have here? I am not familiar with this card, I don't think. Nah. Ooh, Ghost Trick. Oh, but I'm not very good at naming Ghost Tricks. I have no idea which one this is. Yeah, I have no idea which one this is. I do not know this one. Ghost Trick Yuki Onna. Necro Slime. I can't tell what's happening on this card. Oh, this is Fortress Whale. The ritual monster. Alright, who's reading here? Oh, this is oh god, what is it called? And some this thing. Yeah. The lithium card. Oh, this is Insector Bow. Uh-oh. There's too many bows. Insector Crossbow. Yeah, okay. It feels so familiar, this card. It looks so familiar, but what the hell is it? Oh, it's invoked. Right, invoked Coccidus. Oh, this is spiritual dark art, is it? Dark art. Huh? Greed? Dark spirit art. This is the one. I thought it was a spiritual art. Yo, Bergic, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Area. No, area familiar possessed, right? No, raging area? Come on. It is raging area. Fabled. We're not gonna quite get into. We're not quite. This is hand destruction. Yeah. 770. Eh. It's all right. I don't like this trend. I don't like this trend how people just keep saving their subscription, like renewing things for when we finish specifically Card Guesser every morning. Why is that? Can we stop that being a thing? Can we not all save our subscriptions for when we, you know, get done here so everyone can just sub and say washed? Anyways, Voldemort, thank you for the 21 months. That's a very long time. I appreciate you. Arachnid also with the 17. Fossilworth with the 12. That's a very long time, everybody. Thank you all for the continued support. I am very thankful that you guys are, or you guys have been supporting the stream for such a long time. Appreciate you. Oh, whoops. Thank you for the 10 months. Beatdown Master, thank you for that. Appreciate you. All right. Someone in chat earlier said that this YG Ortal today is very, very hard. So I'm you know, we're gonna see if they were right or not. They said this one was gonna be tough today. Omni, thank you for the 15. Kageru, thank you for the 2. VT Gary, thank you for the 5. And Acolyte, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Do we not have a sub goal? I kind of decided to remove that from the screen because it's just taking up a lot of space, and I wasn't sure if people actually subscribe because of a sub goal, you know? I would kind of... My thought process was pretty much, I'm just gonna, like, people should subscribe to the channel because they want to support the stream and because they enjoy the content, not because there's a certain number on the screen that they want to hit. I don't even know if people actually look at the sub goal and subscribe because of it. It's kind of like, I'm gonna do like a little test run of, you know, does it need to be there, or can we just remove it, pretty much, right? So, yeah. Sub Loli, thank you for the 5 months. And Chris, thank you for the gifts. Appreciate that. Also, Kurai, thank you for the 9 months. It does remind me about Prime when I'm on mobile. I see. I'll just see how it goes. You know? I enjoy the stream, but I gift subs to get a Pepe D when we are close. Well, I mean, you know what? Since we've been getting a bunch of subs, we can just enjoy the Pepe D occasionally anyways. See? Just like this, you know? Okay, we have a high-level monster with high attack, high defense, not a dark monster. Let's get a big earth monster, like a Pancratops angle. No, that has 0 defense. Can't be Pancratops. Then the Machina thing, the big Machina thing. What is it called? Not Ruin Force, the other one that they play these days. What is it called? Citadel. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay. It seems to be some sort of extra deck monster. However, it cannot be a link monster because it has defense points. It does have defense points, so it could be a synchro. It could be a synchro angle. What is a high, like, let's look for a level 7 or 8 synchro monster, or it could be a fusion, you know, it could be a fusion. What do we, it could also be a pendulum. I'm trying to think of one that would fit. Shen. Let me see if Shen's stats. Shen's stats would match. Level 9 psychic with 2900 attack. 2900 attack. It's Metal Foe's Vanisher 100%. I don't know what you're that's okay. I would not have guessed that one. That one's on chat. That one's on chat. Now the question that I have, chatter. Wait, who said that? Who said that? Dorilo, did you know that? Or did you look that up? Because I did not know this card was a thing. This is like yeah, I would not have gotten this one. But if you genuinely knew that, that's impressive. That is impressive if you knew that. If you just if that just you know, popped up in your head. I didn't look. It's the first time I'm right. Okay, well, I'll leave you this moment of glory. I'll believe you. You probably yeah. Okay. No, Metalfoe's Vanisher is not a card that I was familiar with simply because this came out, what, 2021? So way after Metalfoe's was actually a meta deck. But no, well done. All right. Cap Kermit, thank you so much for the 15 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Chat, today we have a lot of things to talk about. Because it was quite the eventful weekend in terms of news and everything. We have rarity information on Age of Overlord. We have TCG exclusive cards from Age of Overlord, which is probably the most exciting thing to talk about. Like cards that are coming out in the TCG as early as what is it, like 1.5 weeks now? So very, very soon, which we're gonna talk about. You know, some of the TCG exclusive cards are more exciting than others. You know, I'm looking at you, Tistina, but we'll talk about that in a second. We have important Master Duel news as well, which we're going to look at in a bit. The cards in Master Duel are coming out tomorrow, so tomorrow is going to be when we're playing Master Duel, but we're briefly going to talk about it as well. On top of that, we have a whole batch of new cards from Phantom Nightmare as well that we can look at. We got a new archetype, new Snake Eyes support, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of things to talk about. Before we do any of that, though, I want to show you guys something that I thought was very, very funny, and I want to give a shout out to Sapphire Glasses on Twitter for making it, because they I'm just going to show you, and it's going to speak for... this was great. This was great. Thank you for making that. I laughed so hard when I saw that yesterday. Phenomenal. Oh, you're in chat. Yo, shout out. Yeah, thank you for making that. That was very funny. I enjoyed that. It was also very accurate. This is exactly what it feels like when Rika combos on you. That's the exact sound that's going on in my head whenever they full combo. So this was yeah, this was great. All right. Phenomenal. All right. Let's move on. Can you link the tweet? Well, you can just go !socials. I retweeted it. So you can just go !socials. There's a link to my Twitter, and then you can follow the original creator. Cuz I already closed it. All right. Let's go one by one. Let's get over the fastest first. Let's go quickest to longest. Quickest upcoming selection pack to Master Duel Troll Despair. Everyone has already seen this. I don't even know when this news came out, like 3 days ago on Friday. This pack is releasing in Master Duel tomorrow. And it brings a couple of very impactful cards like Prediction Princess Tarot Traith, which is going to shake up the Master Duel metagame severely. And you know, then there's some small stuff in there, like this Kashtira thing, which I don't know what that's about, and this card here, which is just like a remake for Triple Tactics Talents. But the main deal in this pack is obviously going to be the Prediction Princess support, as well as Evi Gishki Neremana. So we have like finally the new tier 0 ritual decks in Master Duel. Poggers, I guess. That is crazy. Can you guys believe they're releasing 2 of the most powerful ritual monsters in the same set? Alright, enough. Anyways, Arise Art tomorrow. Rescue Ace Turbulence tomorrow, which I think we don't have Preventer just yet. So that... it could be in there. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think we have... as of now, we don't have confirmation that we're going to have Preventer as well. It could be in there. You know, it could be in there, as well as Emergency, of course. So, yeah. We don't have any Rescue Ace cards yet, right? Oh, really? Is this the very first wave of Rescue Ace? Then, I mean, this is... I mean, without the full Rescue Ace support, this is probably not going to be super relevant just yet. But, you know, at some point, these cards are going to be solid in Master Duel, I think. Of course... on a more serious note, though, the biggest deals by far are Triple Tactics Thrust and Kashtira Arisard. I will say, I believe in best of one, Triple Tactics Thrust could be considered slightly worse because there's a couple things that you cannot do with it. Like it's not going to be as easy as, you know, just side in like one copy of a powerful trap card and then set it going first with Thrust. You would have to include that one-off trap card in your main deck, which is not as, you know, not common. But of course, Maxi is a thing that is going to be in everyone's deck, so you know for sure that there's going to be at least one hand trap in your opponent's deck, and Ash probably too. So Thrust is very, very strong still. And it could also enable some more blind second strategies in Master Duel. That is something that we can talk about a little bit more tomorrow, but I do think that, you know, Kashtira is a deck that a lot of decks actually liked to go second against previously. Pearly is also a pretty powerful deck in Master Duel right now, which is also a deck that can go second very, very well. So with Thrust being implemented, I could definitely see some strategies just blinding second being successful in the next couple of weeks. But we're going to do a lot of experimentation with that tomorrow. This is why I specifically, you know, didn't want to do Master Duel today, because all of the exciting stuff in Master Duel is going to happen tomorrow, right? Today is kind of like a very non-eventful day for Master Duel. This stuff is good. Tomorrow it's when it's going to go down, basically. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to be opening up the new... we're going to be playing with the new set, opening some packs tomorrow and looking at all the possibilities. Are you playing the Challenger Cup Finals on Friday? Good point. I am actually. So yeah, actually, there's gonna be a stream on Friday this week, because there is a Challenger Cup Finals happening, which I kind of didn't really pay attention to. Well, you guys know what the Challenger Cups are, right? And apparently, when you took part in Challenger Cups and you did well, you would get points. And there is a finals happening with you know, I think it's the top 128 in point earners. And apparently I was part of that because I played some Challenger Cups leading up to the World Championships to practice. I played a Challenger Cup. I got second in some Challenger Cup like a week before Worlds, playing my exact Worlds lineup pretty much throughout the entire thing. And apparently that was enough to get into the finals. It was like a relatively big Challenger Cup that I got second in. I don't remember exactly how big it was. But no, we're in the finals. We're in the finals for the Challenger Cup season, and I'm going to be streaming it on Friday. At least I'm planning to do that. I'm planning to stream on Friday. Might have to take Thursday off because of that, because there's some stuff I need to get done this week, but we'll see. I don't know yet. But there's definitely going to be a stream on Friday where we play the Challenger Cup finals together. So that's going to be fun. But yeah. So, and these cards are going to be legal for that. So the focus on after tomorrow, the focus is going to be, you know, finding a deck for that tournament. I don't know the exact format for it yet, like whether it's the same as the Challenger Cups, you know, like switch decks between games and all that kind of good stuff. I don't know exactly, but we're gonna focus this week on preparing for that Friday Challenger Cup finals. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, okay, let's get to the elephant in the room. Kashtira Arisard is coming to Master Duel tomorrow, and so I know that some people probably watch this channel and they only play Master Duel and they're not really aware of what's going on in the TCG. I mean, most people know about Kashtira Arisard, but just you know, just so everyone is on the same page, in case you don't know about Arisard yet, let me enlighten you with one of the most beautiful card effects of all time. Let's read it together one more time, right? 3 level 7 monsters. Once per turn, you can also Xyz summon Kashtira Arisard by using one Kashtira monster you control if an effect of Kashtira Shangri-Ira was successfully activated this turn. Any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. Once per chain, each time a card is banished, attach one banished card to this card as material. Once per turn, quick effect, you can detach 3 materials from this card, target one card on the field, banish it face down. Alright, so this card is Macrocosmos. This card gets to quick effect banish a card, and this card can attach banished cards to it as material. This card is one of the most custom cards they ever made for an archetype. And it's already banned in the TCG as of now. Like, literally, this card, before it even came out in Master Duel, has already been banned in the TCG, if that gives you any idea of how freaking busted this card is. 3 level 7 monsters might sound like a lot, but, you know, if you've played Kashtira at all, you know this is incredibly easy for Kashtira, as well as, obviously, the fact that you can summon it on top of just any one Kashtira monster if you manage to pull off a Kashtira Shangri-Ira effect, which is not very hard. Yeah, this card is incredibly powerful. Note, this is very important. Pressured Planet Wraith Soth and Tearlaman's Kashtira, which are 2 cards that are also not out yet, but will also be in this pack, according to this news. Both of these cards will be limited. Wraith Soth is the Kashtira field spell, which is basically just the deck's version of Perla Rhino. You know, just add any Kashtira on activation and some bonus effects. That card's going to be limited as of release. As well as Tearlaman's Kashtira, which is Tearlaman's Kashtira is more of a Tearlaman's card than a Kashtira card. This card is super important for Tearlaman's, and Kashtira, at least in the TCG, 99% of decks didn't even play this in Kashtira. They usually played other stuff over this. This card is pretty much only good in tier. So limiting Tearlaman's Kashtira is pretty much, I'm guessing they just don't want Tearlaman's to be strong again, really. It still is a boost to Tearlaman's, even as a one-off. It's a pretty good card still, and still highly searchable, because you can like search it with Perla Rhino, you can search it with the Kashtira package, like you could still play like Fenrir and Wraith Soth in tier. So there's decent amount of tier support in this set. However, the elephant in the room is obviously Kashtira. Now, Kashtira is a deck that I believe has insane potential in Master Duel, simply because this deck is very, very immune to Maxi. Well, immune is not the right word, because it does special summon a fair amount, but the deck is very, very good against Maxi, simply because the deck can set up very respectable boards with very little input, very little special summoning. Even something as simple as, you know, if your opponent doesn't shotgun the Maxi, you can just go special summon Unicorn, search Theosis, activate Theosis, your opponent chains Maxi, you summon Fenrir, they draw 1, you trigger Unicorn, banish 1 from their extra deck, and you just pass on Unicorn Fenrir after 1 special summon. In the context of Master Duel, that is a very, very powerful best of 1 board against a Maxi, right? There's a ton of decks that wish they could pass on something like Unicorn Fenrir on their Maxi, right? As well as Omni saying in chat right now, Zeus is limited in Master Duel, which means that one of the most common things that people did in the TCG to outplay cards like Kashtira Unicorn was to simply play 2 copies of Zeus, right? But Zeus is at 1 in Master Duel, so you cannot do that. If you play against Kashtira, your Zeus is basically going to be gone. And that is a big deal. There is one little sign of hope, or like, it's arguably not even a good thing, but Kashtira in the TCG was already kind of like a deck that would sometimes break. It was relatively consistent, but it would sometimes break, because simply if you don't open access to Kashtira Unicorn, your deck is going to pretty much suck, right? And Master Duel will have this problem for sure. Like in Master Duel, if you play against Kashtira, or if you play Kashtira, there's a very, very realistic chance that the deck will break, because you only have, what is it? Unicorn Is Unicorn at 3 in Master Duel, or is it at 2? One of them is at 2. Is it Fenrir or Unicorn? Unicorn is at 3. Is Fenrir at 2? Fenrir is at 2, right? Yeah. Fenrir was the one. Okay, so you have 3 Unicorn, you have 2 Fenrir, you only have one of the field spell, you don't have terraforming at all, and you only have 1 prosperity. That's a large amount of consistency cards that are gone, right? Just comparing it to the Cash Tira deck that we had in the TCG, there's 1 less Fenrir, there is 2 less prosperities, 2 less field spells, and 1 less terraforming. So you have 6 consistency cards less, right? 6 very good starters are just gone, which is, in the grand scheme of things, a very big deal. There are some replacements. You know, people in chat are saying, well, you can just play Planet Pathfinder. Since Cash Tira doesn't really need its normal summon, you can play Planet Pathfinder to find your field spell. That is true. However, keep in mind, if there was a good reason why people didn't play Planet Pathfinder in the TCG. Like, it's not optimal to have to go that route. But it's probably going to be necessary for Master Duel, which kind of leaves us in this very weird spot. And we've talked about this a bunch in the past, you know. But it leaves us in this very weird situation where the deck hypothetically is at full power, right? Everything is here. All of these broken combos are technically possible. There is just a decent amount of brick potential in the deck, right? So if your opponent just opens up the Unicorn, they're just gonna do everything. And if they break, then they will do nothing, right? Pretty much. I'm not the biggest fan of that. I'm not the biggest fan of that type of design, but I guess it's better than having to face Cash Tira at full power. It also makes it so that hand traps, I think, are going to be a little bit better against Cash Tira, because simply, like, if you Ash a Planet Pathfinder, there's a much smaller chance that they will still be able to play, because they have less sort of extenders, right? There's less prosperity, less hard-drawn field spells, so on and so forth. So that means cards like Ash and Imperm are going to be slightly better against Cash Tira than they were in the TCG. But still, I believe, because of how good Cash Tira is against Maxi, it's still going to be a top-tier contender for Master Duel, for sure. There's no way around it. As far as other decks, you know, I think Pearly is going to be strong as ever in Master Duel, especially with the addition of Triple Tactics Thrust. That is a card that Pearly, Blind Second Pearly could very much be a thing, because with like Talents and Thrust, you can have a very good matchup into Cash Tira. Gishki Sprite is interesting to me, but I think simply because Elf is still here, right? Elf is still here, so you can still do some nasty combos with Gishki Sprite. However, I think Gishki Sprite has the very core disadvantage of it just being trash into Maxi, right? If I have to choose between Cash Tira, Pearly, and Gishki Sprite, I'm looking at all those decks and I'm like, yeah, okay, all of those decks are technically viable, but like 2 of them are fine into Maxi and 1 of them just completely cries if it gets Maxied. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know if I would go the Gishki Sprite route in a format like that. But I still think it's cool that the cards are releasing. I've been a big fan of the Gishki cards. I think it's a cool deck. The Gishki Sprite deck is very cool. I don't think it's going to be top tier, but it's going to be all right. But let us postpone these discussions to tomorrow when these cards actually come out, right? Let's talk about those. Let's theorize. Let's test. Let's play some ranked tomorrow with those new cards. You know, we're gonna be opening up some packs. Tommaso, thank you for the 5 months. We're going to be opening up some packs tomorrow and finding out what these decks are really capable of. You know, we're going to play some... We're going to play some Kashtira. We're maybe even going to play some Gishki Sprite. We're going to see what else is in the pack, because we only know a couple cards so far. And most importantly, we're going to pull a lot of Prediction Princesses tomorrow, because if we open packs, we're definitely not going to pull a Rysart and Thrust. We're going to pull hella Prediction Princesses tomorrow, right? That's definitely going to happen. That's cool. Math Jack, thank you for the Prime. Jozo, thank you for the 2 months. And Biohazard, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. As well as, obviously, we can try some tier limits with the tier limits Kashtira added in, because there could definitely be some interesting hybrid between tier limits and Kashtira, where you play Fenrir, the field spell, the tier cash, and so on and so forth, you know? Alright. Now that is Master Duel news from the weekend out of the way. Let's talk about some other news that we've gotten, some more and less exciting stuff. I'm trying to think if we start with the Phantom Nightmare stuff, or if we talk about the Age of Overlord first. Let's talk about Phantom Nightmare first, I think. Because I want to go... We're going to talk about Phantom Nightmare, then we're going to talk about Age of Overlord, and then we can hop in. We're probably going to have some time left. And what I have planned for that extra time towards the end of the stream is I want to hop on DB, build some decks with Age of Overlord, and then we can just do viewer games. That's why we're going to do Phantom Nightmare first, then Age of Overlord, and then hop right into testing Age of Overlord. I think that makes the most sense. All right, so for Phantom Nightmare, which is the newest main set that is about to come out in the OCG very, very soon, we have been getting some announcements of new cards, and we're going to go least exciting to most exciting, I think. Least exciting is this one trap card, which you guys know we love trap cards. It is called Rumpel Teufel. Whatever that means. Normal trap card. You can only use either the first or second effect of this card's name once per turn. First effect, declare a monster's card name. Neither player can special summon monsters with that original name for the rest of this turn, except from the graveyard. Second effect, you can banish this card from your grave and declare a monster's card name. Neither player can activate the effects of monsters on the field with that original name for the rest of this turn. Now, there's a key problem with this card, which is that it's a trap card. And while I technically can see some applications for this card, I simply don't think that this card is just up to the standard that normal trap cards need to fulfill in 2023. Like, you guys have to understand that trap cards need to be absolutely crazy if they want to find their ways into decks in 2023. Yes, this card is a lingering floodgate, quote unquote, right? But I don't really see it that way. I see it more as like this card is kind of like a prohibition that you can use in response to your opponent's cards. Like when your opponent goes to perform a certain action, goes to special summon a certain card. Like, let's say, I don't know, one example could be you go first against the deck that plays the Edge Imp package, like the Polymerization, and they go for a Polymerization, and you know they're going to try and summon a Guardian Chimera. You can just declare Guardian Chimera, and they're not going to be able to do it. Let's say you're playing against a Rekka deck, you're going to be able to declare, like, they're going to activate Unexpected Die, and you declare Sunseed Genius Loci, something like that, right? That would be the thing. And in those scenarios, it's a good card. But, you know, if your opponent activates Polymerization, why are you going through all the effort with this card? Why aren't you just activating Dimensional Barrier, right? And that's what I mean when I say this card is not up to the standards of 2023, right? It's just like, it's an interesting concept. I can see the use of it, but I don't think it's more powerful than trap cards we already have. D-Barrier does not work against Link monsters, that is true, but there's a dozen other trap cards that you can use against a Rika deck, for example, that would go for it. There is one use I could see for this card, which is a rather interesting one, and that is what people are saying in chat is you could use it as a discard in Labyrinth, right? Where if you play the Furniture Labyrinth build, you can just discard it for a Furniture on your opponent's first turn, and it gives you basically a neat form of interruption, like just banish it from the grave and declare one card name that is crucial to your opponent's strategy, right? Like I don't know. One example would be your opponent goes Branded Opening, and you think they're gonna summon an Aluber, obviously. So you're gonna go Chain Furniture, discard the Teufel, and then banish it from the graveyard immediately to declare Aluber, for example, right? Whatever, right? It's kind of like a neat interaction, right? If that's gonna be good enough to actually play it, in a deck like Labyrinth, in Lab, you can discard it and have Ash Protection for Big Welcome. That is not correct. This card reads, neither player can activate the effects of monsters on the field, so it does not stop hand traps. You cannot call Ash or anything like that. Well, you can call Ash, but it's not going to do much. You cannot prevent hand traps with it. That does not work. It would be a little bit better in Labyrinth then. That would indeed be interesting. If you could pitch it for Furniture and then use it to stop your opponent from ashing your Furniture, but that is unfortunately not possible. I still think out of all the possible ways to use this card, Labyrinth is the only actually realistic one. Like, but keep in mind, there is already plenty of good discards for Furnitures that people are not using all the time. Like, you can use cards like Mudora, Keldo, all those kind of good discards for the Furnitures are not even staples in Furniture Labyrinth. So it's not like this is something that Labyrinth was desperately waiting for. There's already good discards for the Furnitures. Tackle Crusader, all that kind of stuff, right? And so, not a terrible card, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to see play. Sorry to repeat, could you mill it in Tier Limits? Well, you can mill it in Tier Limits, but there's 1,000 better mills. You're never going to play this in Tier Limits. No. This is not worth the reward that you're getting out of Milligan in Tier Limit. It's a horrible draw, and there's 1,000 better mills that you could play in your Tier Limit deck. You're never going to see this card in Tier Limits. That's not going to happen. Okay, moving on. I don't even know if we're going from least exciting to most exciting anymore, because we got some new Snake Eyes support. I believe it's 2 cards. Yes, it's 2 cards for Snake Eyes, which are about to be released in Age of Overlord for us in the TCG. The first wave of Snake Eyes with some decent cards, I would say. The Snake Eyes in Age of Overlord are already a decent setup. I was personally hoping for a little bit more than 2 more cards, but we'll see. We got Snake Eye Populace, level 1, as they all are, except for the big dragon. Fire Pyro Effect monster, attack 700, defense 200. Defense 200 is neat on fire monsters. I'm gonna be honest with you, 200 defense on fire monsters is kind of interesting because of Rekindling. That is something to keep in mind. I don't know if other Snake Eyes also had 200 defense. If they all do, then this deck just has its own soul charge pretty much, right? They have one more with 200 attack. Interesting. All right, so, I mean, yeah. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is added to your hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon it. That has some interesting applications because it's a Pyro monster, and they just released Bonfire in the OCG, which is a card that we will get before Phantom Nightmare, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Bonfire, which is just a Rhoda for Pyros, is releasing in the TCG in Maze of something in January 2024, which is before this set. So Bonfire adds this card, and you can just special summon it, which is very, very good. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Snake Eyes spell and trap from your deck to your hand. Obviously a phenomenal effect. Phenomenal effect. Gets to just special summon itself, go +1, search a Snake Eye spell and trap, which there are a couple good ones, right? There are a couple good ones. There's the emergency teleport for level 1 fire monsters that you can search. There's the removal spell that you can search. There's a couple interesting Snake Eye spell and traps. So this card is good to grab any of those for basically free. If this card is sent to the grave, you can target a fire monster in your grave, place it face up in its owner's spell and trap zone. This is an effect that might not seem very good at first glance, but I think in Snake Eyes, this is valuable because Snake Eyes has some synergy with those face-up cards, because the other cards need to be, like, you need to send face-up cards you control to the graveyard, so that can facilitate the cost that you need to pay for your effects. I don't know if it's costs, but you know what I mean. The requirement to resolve your effects. And they even have some ways, I believe, to special summon from your spell and trap zone. So, and you can use all of these effects in the same turn. So this thing, now that I'm reading it, this thing seems like pretty much the perfect card for Snake Eyes. Like, it seems like everything the deck could have asked for, like a very, very good card. Yeah, no, if there was anything that could have made Snake Eyes viable, it's probably this. Now, we're going to have to wait and see if the Snake Eyes deck is going to be good enough. My personal guess is that we're going to have to wait until this stuff comes out in the TCG to see its true potential. Because from what I know about Snake Eyes, they do a lot of special summoning of a lot of little guys, which is something that it could be problematic in the OCG because of Max C. Like, I don't think it's broken enough for the OCG people to play a deck that is going to be so weak to Max C, right? It doesn't seem broken enough to be worth the risk of running into a Max C. In the TCG, however, that's obviously not a problem, so maybe it's got more potential over here. But we're going to wait and see. I mean, maybe it already performs in the OCG, who knows? But I personally don't think... I mean, we're going to read the spell card in a little bit. Maybe that changes my opinion. But as of now, I don't think people in the OCG are going to, like, really bring this to that many tournaments and do well with it. But we're going to have to wait and see. Snake Eye Dramatic Chase, quick play spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Place a Diabellstar monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard face up in its owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. Okay. During the end phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a monster card, treat it as a continuous spell you control, and special summon it. Now, this is, it's a free negate. Wait, does Diabellstar have any? Let me quickly get Diabellstar, the Black Witch up here. Does this have any effect while it's in your spell and trap zone? I don't think it does. Special summon this card from your hand by sending blah blah blah. You can only use each effect. If this card is normal or special, you can set a Sinful Spawns directly from your deck. During your opponent's turn, if this card is sent from its owners, you can send... Okay. Now, there is no immediate payoff you get from this, because as of now, this is the only Diabellstar monster. Until they announce more Diabellstar monsters, the only card you can place with this card's effect is the Diabellstar from Age of Overlord, which does not have any immediate effects while in the spell and trap zone. Also has no graveyard effects, so there's no play where you can just put it into your spell and trap zone, then send it to the graveyard, and then get, you know, the effect off or something like that. That does not exist. The one thing you can do with this card is basically you place a Diabellstar in your spell and trap zone, you go to the end phase, you banish it from the graveyard, and you bring out that Diabellstar from your spell and trap zone, which lets you immediately set a Sinful Spoil spell and trap, which does give you some interruptions, right? Because there are different Diabellstar spell and traps, Sinful Spoil spell and traps that you can set with this that are going to be an immediate interruption. The problem is that does not really seem that great to me, simply because this is basically an emergency teleport for Diabellstar that only works in the end phase, right? In over 2 steps. It's basically a 2-step teleport, right? Place it in the spell and trap zone and then summon it out in the end phase to set a spell trap, which is a 1-card. It is a 1-card interruption. However, oh, you know what? You know what is also a 1-card interruption, chat? You know what's also a 1-card interruption? Every single trap card in the game. And people don't really tend to play trap cards. You know what I mean? Like, this is essentially, using this card is essentially like just setting a trap, because it doesn't do anything immediately, right? It doesn't do anything immediately. Even if there is an Omni Negate trap card, chat, you guys can stop spamming there's a negate. Even if there is an Omni Negate trap card from Diabellstar, this is not that insane, right? It's not that insane to activate a quick play spell that gets you a negate in the end phase, right? Yeah. Barrier statue, bro. There's like a 0.01% chance that anyone is going to equip a barrier statue to some shit and then summon it out. Now, there is still a world where people are going to play this as a one-off search target. It could be a one-off search target for this dude, because if you already have the teleport in your hand, the teleport is the best Snake Eye Sinful Spoil card, right? The best Snake Eye spell and trap is the emergency teleport. But if you already have that card in your hand, you want to have a secondary target for Populace, right? So maybe you're going to play one of this because it's like an okay target for this card going first, right? But I don't think this is like, it's not an insane card for sure. It starts your entire engine in the freaking end phase. Your name is Duel Links Lemon. In Duel Links, this be insane. We're playing the TCG though. Summoning a monster in the end phase is not that crazy in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! 2024 when this card comes out. It's a good Duel Links card, but this is not releasing in Duel Links. Alright. It's not a terrible card. I don't think it's as good as people are making it out to be. The first one is very good, though. The Populace is very strong. And on top of that, this card down here is only really good if you ever make a pure Diabellstar deck that has all the Diabellstar cards even in it. Because as of now, that's not something people do. That's not something people do play. It's like Diabellstar, the deck, is not something people play yet. And I don't think these two cards are gonna make a huge change in that sense. But this card is very good. Snake Eyes could be a thing. Snake Eyes could be a thing. Alright. This. And then we have an entirely new archetype, which is Goblin on these nuts is now an entire archetype. This is now Konami's entire mission is to have people fall for that joke. Goblin Riders are now an archetype. And it seems to be a level 3 archetype. And I have not read those cards yet, so let's see. It's an entirely new archetype. There's a bunch of cards for it, but I haven't read any of them yet. So let's hop right in and see what they're all about. Also, JSW, thank you for the 13 months. Saturn, thank you for the 9. Uno Violo, thank you for the 14. Appreciate all of you. Ashter for Gaming, thank you for the full year. And Grow, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for using your free Prime on me. Goblin Rider, Duck the Assaulter. Earth Warrior, level 3, 1600 attack. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can detach an XYZ material from a monster on the field, and if you do, special summon this card. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Goblin Rider spell and trap from your deck to your hand. Alright, so... neat card. The first effect is something that I would kind of treat as like a bonus effect, because this comes into play in 1 out of 2 scenarios. Either you use your own XYZ material for it, which means you already have to be playing the game, or you can use it going second if your opponent is playing an XYZ focused strategy, which there's not that many of them out there these days anymore, right? There's not that many decks that rely on XYZs. But like I said, this is just a bonus, because let's be real here. This second effect already makes this card good enough for most modern decks, right? If this card is normal or special, add a Goblin Rider spell and trap from your deck to your hand. That's already a phenomenal effect. The fact that it has a bonus where it can sometimes special summon itself just makes it even better, right? But it's already like a Goblin Stratos on normal or special. That's already pretty good, right? That is already pretty good. The first effect is just a bonus where if you can already summon XYZs, you can detach from your own XYZs to have further extension. Honestly, this is a pretty good card. A pretty good start for this archetype. Goblin Rider, Duck the Assaulter. All right. Goblin Rider, Clutter the Noisy, also level 3. Seems like they're all level 3s, or at least focused around level 3s. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a goblin monster in your graveyard, except Goblin Rider, Clutter the Noisy, special summon it. This is a decent effect, but not that great, because you already need stuff in the graveyard to pull it off, but it's not bad. Especially if you can like summon it later down the line in your combos. It's just another free XYZ essentially. During your opponent's main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, quick effect, you can detach an XYZ material from a monster on the field. If you do, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Okay, now we could be talking a potential way of disruption, right? Now we're talking a potential way to disrupt your opponent, because depending on what the other goblins do, you can summon this out on your opponent's main phase, then use this effect to revive a goblin from your graveyard, and if that has some sort of disruptive effect, you can use it. But on top of that, this is just like great follow-up, right? Because like you do your thing on your turn, and then during the opponent's turn, your opponent starts breaking your board or whatever, you go use Clutter in the graveyard, bring it back, use its effect to revive Duck the Assaulter. Assaulter searches a spell and trap from your deck, so you've just created 2 bodies and a spell and trap in your hand for free. So like this is a great engine for follow-up already. We got Goblin Rider, Boon the max speed. Wind Warrior. Also, this one was a tanky target, which is interesting. So you can potentially play more copies of this than 3. Not sure if you were going to play 6 copies of this ever, but the potential is there. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can, quick effect. You cannot special summon Goblin Rider, Boon the max speed until the end of the next turn. Also, detach 1 XYZ material from a monster on the field, and if you do, special summon this card. You cannot special summon until the end of the next turn. Also detach, special summon this card. Okay. This card is interesting. The wording is kind of strange. No, the wording is kind of strange. I was confused for a second there, because it says you cannot special summon Goblin Rider the max speed until the end of the next turn, and if you then special summon this, but I think this all happens simultaneously, so it's... I know how the wording is can be confusing, but the effect is worded in a way where it all happens at the same time. It all happens simultaneously. So once you've successfully summoned this one, you cannot summon any more later. It does detach from either side. The problem with all these cards is that they only detach one material. So if you're actually aiming to use this as like an anti-XYZ strategy, you have to like use multiple of them because most XYZs hit the field with 2 materials. So that is one thing. However, one thing in particular, I mean, people are mentioning Pearly, and this strategy should be very strong against Pearly because what you can do against Pearly is you can simply detach the level 1 Pearlies, right? You can simply detach the level 1 Pearlies, and then they all lose their quick effects or their bonus effects, right? Like all the Pearly stuff really suffers from these kind of cards. I doubt that they were designed as an anti-Pearly strategy specifically, but that is one of the implications. Another implication is that, you know, certain XYZs need to detach 2 materials, right? Like Zeus. Like Zeus. Yeah. Can you decide what to detach? Yeah. You are the one detaching, so you get to decide which one to detach, which material. You can you choose which material to detach. Yeah. All right. Now the one thing that's missing, because we're only looking at the main deck monsters so far, we still need to see what kind of like your boss monsters are, because this is all just like summoning some bodies out. Goblin Rider Mianda the Cold-Blooded. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon a goblin monster from your hand. Okay, so we got a little Boggart Knight action, so a little extension going on. If this card is in your graveyard, you can detach an XYZ material from a monster on the field, and if you do, special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. This card is also very good. Simply, you know, summon it, summon another one from your hand, rank 3 XYZ, detach this, bring it back from the graveyard for free. Good card, good extender, tour guide target, right? Tour guide target. Now, I will say these main deck monsters were all okay. None of them were bad. All of them had their uses and applications. I have a feeling that the most important card that we're going to read is the next one, though, because I can already tell the next one is their own rank 3. Because the one thing I was thinking about is like, we're spamming level 3 monsters. We have synergy with XYZs. What rank 3 XYZ are we going to make? Because it's not going to be Dante, Farfa. We're not going to make Dante. So what XYZ do they have? Let me see. Goblin Rider Big Head Gabonga. Rank 3, 2100. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn. If this card is XYZ summoned, you can add a goblin monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. If an XYZ material is detached from monsters on the field, you can target one other face-up monster on the field, attach it to this card as material. During each end phase, you can attach a goblin monster from your deck to this card as material. This card is good. This card is good. You're gonna summon this thing. You're gonna add a goblin from your deck to your hand, so you can further extend your plays. You're gonna try to leave this thing on the board, so that on the opponent's turn, you can do some neat things like, you can set this up in the graveyard somehow, or hand. You can just search it with this thing, right? You can search Goblin Rider Boon the Max Speed. You're going to activate the quick effect of Boon the Max Speed to detach from this thing. And then this is also going to target one of your opponent's monsters and attach it to it, which is a very good form of removal. That is a very interesting form of removal, to just attach your opponent's monsters to this as material, because it avoids all kind of like, you know, if this card's sent to the graveyard, or if this card is removed from the field or whatever, like all kinds of graveyard effects, right? You can just attach your opponent's monsters to this card as material. Interesting. The one thing that is a little bit weird is that the XYZ itself does not detach any materials. Which means that if you, let's say you make it with a Boon the max speed, you are not getting it into the graveyard to use it. You also are not going to be able to detach something like Clutter the Noisy, which wants to be in your graveyard, right? This wants to be in your graveyard, but it's not getting there, right? If it's caught up under this thing, right? But okay, this card in itself is pretty interesting. You can detach from itself if you use more effects, but I'm just saying, like, in itself, yeah. Still interesting card. This is a cool card for this deck. I like that it's a searcher on summon, but it's also a disruptive piece on the opponent's turn. Like, it's kind of like it kind of reminds me of Sword Soul Shishao, right? Because it's on summon, add extender, and then leave it on the field to be a disruption on the opponent's turn, right? That's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. You can search any goblin, so you can search goblin attack force. That is true. We got Goblin's Crazy Beast, a rank 6, which as of now, there's no way they can make it. So maybe it has like an alternate way to summon it or something like that, but okay. 2+ level 6 monsters, generic. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per duel. Once per duel? Okay. Once per turn, quick effect. Target a spell and trap on the field to detach 2 materials from monsters on the field, and if you do, attach that card to this card as material. Okay, spell trap removal on a rank 6. That seems like a lot of work to remove a spell and trap card. If a monster you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can detach a material from this card instead. Alright, some bonus protection. If this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon it. Then you can attach a goblin from your graveyard to it as material. Oh, that's once per duel. Okay. First of all, I don't see how goblins summon this. There might be a way to increase their levels with the spell cards that are about to come. But this does not seem... This is like the first one where I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is kind of meh. This is a lot of investment to make a quick effect spell and trap removal. Yes, it can come back from the graveyard. But that is... I want to say that's not worth the work you have to do. Like, if I can put multiple monsters on the field, I would almost always rather go for the Goblin Rider Big Head Kabonga, or even other rank 6s that are already out there. But let's read the spell card, because as of now we don't even have a way to summon the rank 6. Grand Gathering of the Goblin Riders. Now keep in mind, all these spell and traps are searchable by the first thing we read. Continuous spell can only use the third effect once per turn. Goblin monsters you control gain 300 attack. Goblin monsters you control gain 300 attack for each goblin you control. Okay, that's a potential powerful effect, because that makes everything a lot bigger. Like, if you have 3 goblins, 4 goblins, boosting everything by like 900 or 1200, that's significant. During your main phase, normal summon a goblin in addition to your normal summon or set. Alright, double summon on top. You can target 2 goblin monsters you control that have a level to activate one of these effects. The level of one of them becomes the level of the other. Okay, so you can make them the same level. Or their levels become their total original levels. Ah, okay, so you target 2 level 3 goblins and they both become level 6. That's how you make this. So, nah, this can't be worth it, right? Like, I mean, There's no way I'm going through all the work to put 2 level 3 goblins on the board, search for this card, activate this card, make them both level 6, and then my payoff is this? I don't think so. I would rather make this. Or any other rank 6. Like, I don't think Goblin's Crazy Beast is that good. But, I mean, it is searchable. It is searchable because it's a Goblin Rider spell and trap, which this dude searches for free on summon. So for sure. I mean, yeah, Beatrice, dude. You can make Beatrice. Compare this card to Beatrice. Because so far we have no lock. Like, we're not locked into Goblin monsters. Any of that stuff. Like, nothing happens. That we can just, you know, we can just make a better rank 6. Like, for sure. Lars, Beatrice, Wallow. But that is, it's all still interesting that, you know, we're mentioning a couple very powerful cards right now, specifically Beatrice. The fact that the Goblin deck will have access to those cards is interesting, right? So yeah. However, I don't think this card is going to be played more than like a one of, because on its own it doesn't do anything. It gives you an attack boost and a second normal summon. Well, okay. Grand Entrance of the Goblin Riders. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Add a Goblin monster from your deck to your hand. Then you can detach an Xyz material from a monster on the field, and if you do, special summon a level 4 or lower Goblin from... Okay, this card's phenomenal already. I don't even need to read the second effect. Rhoda plus potentially an extender if you already have... Also, why the hell is Diabellstar on this picture? I did not notice this right away. Does this have... Goblin Riders are part of the Diabellstar lore? Okay. I guess. See the previous card art? Where? Oh, it's there, right? It's right here? Okay. Alright, so apparently Goblin Riders are part of the Diabellstar lore in some sort of way. So far, the cards have no synergy. Like, there's no sinful spoil support for the Goblin Riders, I don't think. They don't have a level 1 fire. There's, like, no synergy so far whatsoever outside of the card art. But, okay. Still, let's talk about the card. This card is very good because it makes it so this one can basically search any monster, right? Because it searches a spell and trap. The spell and trap is Rhoda, so just get any of them. And even can extend them from hand. So it seems like between... we vote for a double match loss. That's what we vote for, Rayborn. It's easy. We have an additional normal summon, and we have ways to summon more goblins from the hand. So it doesn't seem like this deck is going to have a problem spamming these goblin monsters onto the field. You can banish this card from your graveyard, detach one Xyz material from a monster on the field, then you can add a goblin from your grave to your hand. Wait, you can use both of those effects in the same turn? This card is literally just a Rhoda, an extender, and later on gives me a goblin from my graveyard to my hand? This card is completely custom. This card is insane. Why did they think they needed to add a bonus effect to a Rhoda twice? They added 2 bonus effects to a Rhoda. Why did they do that? Yo, is this the best Rhoda ever printed? Is this the best Rhoda ever printed, chat? It might be. This might be the best Rhoda ever printed. I'm not sure... Well, okay, Engage might still be better. Is Engage better, though? I guess Engage still is better. Tough beating Tally-Ho? Tally-Ho is also pretty powerful. It's definitely up there, though. It's definitely up there, though. It's pretty insane. It's very insane that they thought they needed to add more bonuses to this card. But okay. I mean, one thing that is worth noting is that is something you guys need to keep in mind. when we look at new archetypes that are being designed by OCG card designers is that they are designing these cards for a very different metagame. Most notably a metagame that has Maxi in it. So every single archetype that is designed around spamming a bunch of low-level monsters like this one is gonna have it a little bit harder in the OCG, right? Because as of now, I'm looking at this, and this deck does not seem to have many plays going on under Maxi. Like under Maxi, you're maybe gonna like special summon twice and end on a Goblin Rider Big Head Kabonga and have to pass your turn afterwards. So decks like this one, I think, tend to get more powerful support cards because of that, right? Well, this is a good card. This is a good Yu-Gi-Oh card. All right. Goblin Rider Stampede, continuous trap card. Can only use the first of the. You can only use one of the first and second effect per turn, and only once that turn. During the main phase, you can immediately after this effect resolves XYZ summon using only goblin monsters you control as material. Okay, quick XYZ, not bad. If you control a goblin XYZ, you can target an effect monster on the field, detach an XYZ material from a monster on the field, and if you don't, negate the target's effect, that target's effects until the end of this turn. It's not bad. It's okay. It's like searchable one of maybe, you know, once you have some bodies on the field, you can quick exceed with them, you know, make Gabonga on the opponent's turn. Or if you were already able to make it on your turn, then it's just like an imperm plus a detach. What generic rank 3 floodgate can we make? I don't think rank 3s are that powerful in general. Like, I mean, Invoker comes to mind, but Invoker summons exactly level 4, right? Invoker summons exactly level 4. It can't summon level 3, right? We can't go, because then this deck becomes a lot better. If we can Invoker to summon out these, because this one's Earth Warrior. Let me quickly check. I believe it's only exactly level 3. MX Saber Invoker. Invoker is banned in the TCG, but it's legal in the OCG, I'm pretty sure. But I think it's exactly level 4. MX Saber Invoker. Yeah, it's exactly level 4. You cannot summon level 3s with it. So, good rank 3 targets can summon Goblinberg for Isold. Look, there's already a bunch of weird champ Isold decks out there. I don't think you're gonna go all the way to you. I don't think you're gonna play a Goblin deck to make an Isold. I don't think that's gonna happen. So good rank 3s. I mean, honestly, I think that their own rank 3 is pretty much the best that I can think of. Like, their own rank 3 is pretty good. You know, summon it, search another Goblin, keep it around to attach an opponent's monster to it as material. That's a pretty good card, I think. Yawex, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support on the channel. Also, we're getting dangerously close to 29,000 followers. So if anyone in here who isn't followed to the channel yet could quickly hit that follow button, that would make me very happy. Gossip Shadow in the OCG? I mean, Gossip Shadow without Rongo is not that good, is it? It's not that good. Well, okay. I will say, for a first wave of support, we have definitely seen worse archetypes before. It's like, it's not a bad first wave of support. I hit the follow button, smile. Okay, did you hit the unfollow button before hitting the follow button, Waver? Is that something you did? I feel like that's something you did. Because you've been subscribed for 16 months. Surely you... That's not what I meant. That is not what I meant when I said hit the follow button. I didn't mean hit the unfollow button first and then hit the follow button. That is not something that I wanted you to do, but... Alright. instructions were unclear. I guess, yeah. The PSCT the PSCT on my instruction was a little bit unclear, I suppose. Yeah, not a bad archetype. But Phantom Nightmare is, as of now, about 3.5 months, I think. 3.5 months down the line for us. Maybe even 4. So this is kind of like, you know, this is it'll take a while. It'll take a while until we get those cards. We're gonna have some more time to wait and see if they do anything in the OCG, right? And then we're gonna revisit these cards once we actually get the Phantom Nightmare set in early 2024. But not bad. Not a bad wave. Not a bad wave of cards until then. Goblin FTK's Pearly. You see, the thing is, one thing you do have to factor in is that 4 months down the line, Pearly might not even be a top meta threat anymore. So while you are correct, this deck will be good against Pearly, the question is, will that still be relevant by the time? Which could be, but could also not be, right? It's very much possible that Pearly receives another ban list hit on like 4 months down the line. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Something that is a lot more, a lot sooner and a lot more relevant right now is Age of Overlord. And oh boy, did we get Age of Overlord news over the last couple of days. Now, I did not stream on Friday. So I have not had a chance to react to these cards on stream yet. Yo, Kurai, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate that. Thank you, Zenmates. People are not gonna go Zen Mains Pass in 2024 anymore, sadly. I remember a time where Zen Mains Pass was a massive turn 1, but yeah. All right. Age of Overlord, chat. We have the full spoiler list. We have all the TCG exclusives, which there are some cards in there that we're gonna have to talk about today. And we also know all the rarities. Droll lol, thank you for the 9 months. And 07 in chat, because Droll lol was coping on Tistina and ordered all the Tistina cards last week. Yep. 07. That is the unfortunate part of the gamba when it comes to these TCG exclusive card types. I mean, we've talked about this plenty of times before, right? That like sometimes that it's just a guessing game, right? It's just a guessing game, which in hindsight, it's always like easy to be like, yeah, of course Tistina was not going to be good. But I'm spoilering because of course these cards came out 3 days ago. I'm not going to act like I haven't seen them yet. I have seen most of them already. Let's read them before deciding on whether Tistina is going to be a successful archetype or not. Let's talk about it. Because they actually did get some cards that are not bad in here, but we're gonna make a judgment in a little bit. All right, we have Fallen of Tistina, level 1 water effect monster, Aqua. You can send this card from your hand to or field to the graveyard. Place 1 Divine Domain Bastistina. I thought it was Batistina. Oh, it is. Okay, it's just this is a misprint. Place 1 Divine Domain Batistina from your deck face up into your field zone. If a face up Tistina spell and trap you control is destroyed by an opponent's card effect while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card, special summon a light Tistina from hand, deck, or grave. You can only use each effect once per turn. So this was one of the first ones that I saw in one of the openings, and I read it and I was like, that's not too bad, you know, a tutor for your field spell. That even has a little bonus effect in the graveyard. That's not terrible. Now, Divine, the problem with this card is basically that Divine Domain Batistina is not that powerful of a field spell, I believe. Let me quickly check. Divine Domain Batistina. I don't think that was that powerful of a field spell, but let me, before I'm chatting, let me double check. During your main phase, send a Tistina monster from deck to the grave. Then if your opponent controls 3 or more face-up cards, special summon the Crystal God from hand or deck. It's not a bad card. It genuinely isn't a bad card. But it's not that great either, you know? But still, it's like, this one is a decent card. This one's not a bad card. You know, it's not a bad card. Return of the Tistina. If this card is in your hand, you can target a Tistina monster you control, except Return of the Tistina, special summon this card, and if you do, its level becomes that targeted monster's level. If this card is in your grave, you can target an Aqua XYZ monster you control, attach this card to it as material. You can only use each effect of Return of the Tistina once per turn. When I first saw this level 2 Aqua monster, my first instinct was totally awesome. However, the effect is the exact opposite of making totally awesome, because instead of changing the monster's level to level 2, this one changes its own level to the targeted monster's level. So it's kind of like it lets you make a rank whatever XYZ, right? Whatever Tistina monster you have, you can make an instant XYZ with the same level. Not awful. Depends on the XYZs you have for Tistina, because I don't think as of now they have anything super busted. Yeah. Tainted of the Tistina, which is, these two were commons. This one is an ultra rare. Level 5 Dark Aqua. You can tribute summon this card face up by tributing a face down monster your opponent controls. This card's level becomes 10 if it was normal summoned or set. If this card is sent to the grave except from the field, you can target a Tistina you control. This turn it can make a second attack during each battle phase. This card is on. This is like. This card is just straight up a bad card. Unfortunately, like at some point during 2023, you have to be like, okay, yeah, this card reads interesting maybe like 10 years ago, but this card is literally, if you really think about it, this card is genuinely just an awful card in 2023. Like this card's effect, the first effect, only comes into play when you go second. It still takes up your normal summon, and you need to go through the motions of setting your opponent's card face down first things first, right? Like you already need, this card outs a monster that you've basically already outed. This is how bad it is, right? You basically have to, like, you know, any monster that you've already Book of Eclipsed or whatever, or booked by any other means, you've basically already outed it, right? You've basically already outed the monster, so this card is basically useless. Like, you have to be able to already book your opponent's monster without using your normal summon, and then you contribute the face down monster, and then you have a level 10 monster on the field. And yes, the second effect of this card is probably the more interesting one, because you can potentially go for some OTK plays because you can target a Tistina, it can make a second attack. Still, this card goes hard in Edison though. This card goes hard in Edison. If you go set Super Nimble Mega Hamster and your opponent has a Tainted of the Tistina, that's cracked. That shit is correct. But no, this is not a good card. This is not a good card. Honestly, I'm surprised that they made this one the ultra rare, because honestly, both of these guys were a better choice than this one as an ultra rare, because these two at least read like 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh cards somewhat. This one is a straight up, like, this card would have been okay in 2011, maybe. But yeah. Tistina, the divinity that defies darkness. Level 10 XYZ. All right, surely the rank 10 XYZ is going to turn it around. 2 level 10 monsters, even generic. If this card is special summoned, you can send all face down cards your opponent controls to the graveyard. Period. You can only use this effect of Tistina, the divinity that defies darkness, once per turn. Once per turn, if this card has Crystal God Tistina as material, you can detach one material from this card. It gains 2000 attack until the end of your opponent's turn. If this card you control is destroyed by an opponent's card while it has material, you can special summon a Tistina from your grave. Okay, so the idea is you book your opponent's board. I think Crystal God does that, right? This is the step-by-step guide, okay? You are supposed to book your opponent's board with the Tistina cards. Then you're supposed to normal summon Tainted of the Tistina by booking one of your by attributing one of your opponent's monsters, right? Next step, you overlay, because this one becomes a level 10. You overlay Crystal God and Tainted to make this thing. Then you detach Tainted of the Tistina to make this thing 4000 attack, which then triggers this effect, because if it's detached as an XYZ material, that does not count as from the field to the graveyard. You target the divinity that defies darkness to be able to attack twice, which, after you've booked your opponent's board and sent all of the face down cards to the graveyard, you can now attack them directly with 4000 twice. That is the step-by-step guide. Now, this is probably around the 30th best way to OTK going second in the game right now. There is like only about 29 other decks that have better ways at going second and OTKing your opponent. So we're up there. We're up there. If for some reason those other 29 blind second OTK strategies that are already not seeing play, if those ever miraculously become the best decks in the format and then all get banned, there's a chance you're going to play Tistina. Pog. This is just, it's such a it requires you to do so many things in order to pull off an OTK. It is so convoluted. It is so weird. It is so hard to pull off. It is so copium. This is literally unusable as a deck, I think. Like, honestly, so far, we still have some spell and traps to read, but I already know what they're doing. This is probably one of the weakest second waves of support we've gotten for TCG exclusive archetypes in a while. Like, it's genuinely like, it's a very disappointing second wave of support. I'm sorry. Like, I wanted it to be good. I think the Tistina cards look awesome. Could have been a very interesting deck to play with, but this is a very, very mediocre second wave of support. Like, very mediocre, unfortunately. I will say one thing. This XYZ is generic, and it's the first effect. It can be powerful in the right matchups. So in a universe where you play a level 10 focus deck, whatever that is, you know, I can't think of one right now that would be meta viable. But if there ever is one, if there ever is a deck that relies on level 10s, you could play this as an option in your extra deck to, like, blow out some back row decks, you know? Theoretically possible, right? Eldritch Mirror, yeah, okay. The Eldritch Mirror, you can overlay 2 Eldritch the Golden Lord to send all face down. You know what I'm talking about, right? It's not a great card even in the generic sense, but in level 10 focus decks, against back row decks, maybe it's an option, right? Maybe. That's the one good thing about this card. Tistina in itself, not going to be a good deck, unfortunately, but this card is not completely terrible. Play of the Tistina. Special summon a Tistina from hand or grave in defense. Return it to the hand during the end phase. You can only activate one play of the Tistina per turn. Not a terrible card, not gonna fix any of the deck's issues, you know, not a starter card, purely an extender. Yeah, not a terrible card, but a quick play reborn is also not even that great in for 2023 standards, you know? It's like a nice to have, but it doesn't make the deck any better, really. Embrace of the Tistina, continuous trap card. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you can target that monster, change it to face down defense position. During the end phase, you can target a face down defense position monster your opponent controls, take control of that monster. You can only use each effect of Embrace of the Tistina once per turn, and only activate them while you control a Tistina monster with 3000 or more defense. This card gets progressively worse as you read it as well. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, target that monster, change it to face down defense position. Does not even negate the effect. Just books it. Already not amazing on a continuous trap. During the end phase, you can take control of a face down monster. Sure, okay. It's if by some miracle you have not been defeated by the end phase, you can steal a face down monster, which once again is not a great mechanic because a face down monster does not propose any problems for you on your next turn, right? Like a face down monster is not really something that you need to get rid of, right? That's the biggest problem with this entire archetype. And that's not the biggest problem. That's one of the problems is like you have countless ways to remove or steal your opponent's face down monsters. But face down monsters are not a problem in 2023. Face down monsters are basically gone. That's why everyone is playing Book of Eclipse and Book of Moon and all that kind of stuff. Because booking monsters is a very effective way of dealing with problems. The problem is solved when it's face down. I don't need to steal it. And then, if this literally, that's the frustrating part about this is that even if this effect stopped right here after what I've highlighted, right? Even if this was the entirety of its effect, it would probably not be a good card. But then both of the effects are once per turn, and you can only use them when you already have a Tistina with 3000 or more defense. Like it's a conditional bad card. This is a trap card in 2023. Trap. We've talked about how good trap cards need to be to see play in the current age of Yu-Gi-Oh, and this is I don't understand. Like this card is just unusable. This card is unusable. Literally unusable. You cannot use this. It's impossible to use this card in 2023. You're not going to be able to resolve it. You're losing the game every single time before this happens. Discordance of the Tistina. Normal trap card. Activate one of these effects. If you control a Tistina, banish a card from your opponent's grave face down. If you control a Tistina monster, special summon from the extra deck. Banish all cards from your opponent's graveyard face down. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a Tistina in your grave, add it to your hand. You can only use one Discordance effect per turn, and only once that turn. This card is less bad than the previous one. It's not a completely awful card. My one issue with this is that it seems completely out of place for this archetype. Like, I don't see how this has any synergy with Tistina, right? I'm gonna be honest, still for a trap card in 2023, these effects are kind of mid across the board. Like, if I want to main deck this card, right? This is not that good against all decks, right? But if I can set it up turn one, it's a powerful card, right? Going second, it's bad, of course. Going first, it has some uses. If I can set up some stuff if I can set up a Tistina from the extra, I can banish the entire graveyard face down. That is a potentially powerful, searchable one-off trap card that you could play. I personally think the more exciting part of this card is the graveyard effect. that it gives you a +1 when it's in the graveyard. That is like the more that is the more exciting part about this. Does this mean can Batistina send this card? Batistina, no. Oh, not even that. It only sends monsters. Oh my god. Let's just not talk about Tistina anymore. Let's just move on. It's making me sick to my stomach to think about the amount of people that invested into the Tistina cards because they kind of liked the artwork or kind of liked the playstyle and were hopeful for the second wave of support, and this is what we got. Like, it's genuinely so whack. Like, it's such a whack archetype. Like, the literally out of these, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Tistina cards of the second wave. Literally 2 of these cards are like okay. Everything else is borderline unusable, pretty much. Like, it's just, we just don't talk about Tistina anymore, okay? We just move on. All right, I'm gonna be on a very quick toilet break, and then we talk about the real deal in this set, which is the other. Oh my god, I'm already looking at him, makes me shiver. All right, we're gonna talk about these in a second. I'm gonna be right back. Yeah. Okay. Share stream over. Share stream over. We got some stuff to talk about. Yeah. All right. Can we not talk about these? Don't give people ideas. I mean, we have to talk about these. We have to talk about these. All right. Now, as everyone knows, as everyone is aware, with every new TCG set, we get a couple more TCG exclusives. And Tistinas were 7 of them that we will no longer talk about. But these are the rest, basically. And we're going to start with Ken the Warrior Dragon. Actually, no. You know what? We're going to do the other. We're going to save the best for last. Because I do want to talk about these a little bit longer. So let's just get the other ones out of the way. Benimon, thank you so much for the first time subscription. Appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome to the subscriber club. Set Mantis, level 7 light insect monster. If your opponent controls a level 6 or lower monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Such a random summoning requirement. If you have more cards in your hand than your opponent, you can change the battle positions of all monsters on the field. All other insect monsters on the field become the same attribute and level as this card. Also, you can't special summon for the rest of this turn except insects. Also, super random effect. Very, very, very hard to summon. Very weird to pull off. I think the only real effect on this card is the last one. If this card is destroyed, you can add a level 8 or higher monster from your deck to your hand. This is in my opinion the one sentence that really matters on this card, because there are some ways you can potentially do this to tutor level 8 or higher monsters from deck to your hand. It's an interesting effect. I don't know exactly how you're going to trigger it, but there are decks out there that can destroy cards in your hand, like Fire Kings. You know, 2E999, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very, very generic way to search level 8 or higher monsters. So I can't help but think there could be a universe where this card is playable, in some way, shape, or form. I don't think it's necessarily insect support, because honestly, literally, I would like to pretend that these effects are not even on this card, pretty much. Like, I think it's literally just this. So yeah, you can only search insects. The text is wrong. Oh, you're right. No, you're right, actually. You can add a level 8 or higher insect monster from your deck to your hand. Well, that makes it significantly worse. Thank you for pointing that out. The text on the website here was actually incorrect. That makes it a lot less interesting. Okay, so now instead of acting like these parts of the effect don't exist, let us pretend that these parts of the effect don't exist, because I don't think that's a viable Yu-Gi-Oh card then. Yeah, moving on. Pit Knight Philly. Now, I for once was very pleasantly surprised when I saw this card, because I think Pit Knight Early is a pretty cool card, and I honestly have no issues with them making the Pit Knight thing like an archetype. I didn't know it was, but I think it's cool. All right, Pit Knight Philly. Also a link to Fire Cybers. Materials to effect monsters, points left and right. If this card is special summoned to a zone a link monster points to, you can target a monster you control with 1500 or less attack. This turn, it can make a second attack during each battle phase. Also, if it battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage it inflicts to your opponent is doubled. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the grave, you can special summon this card. It's not that good. It is not terrible though. And it has some synergy with Pit Knight Early. That's kind of cool, right? It's like the fact that you get to like you summon it. Of course, the way Konami wants you to use this card is you're supposed to summon it to Pit Knight Early's zone, which will then activate. It'll trigger Pit Knight Early, make an opponent's monster 0, and then you can attack that 0 attack monster for double damage. That's kind of the idea, I suppose. I don't think it's a great card, but it's not a terrible card either. I think there could be some surprise going second OTKs in some decks with this. I don't think it's super impactful, but neither was Pit Knight Early, right? Like, Pit Knight Early was not a phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh card, but sometimes it saw play. I think it's a little bit worse than Pit Knight Early, but it's not an awful card. Watt Psychic Fighting Porter. Quick play spell card. Special summon up to 2 level 3 or lower light monsters from your hand. If you summoned 2 monsters with the same type, those monsters can attack directly this turn. If they have the same level, They also can't be destroyed by battle this turn. You can only activate one per turn. It's an interesting card, I want to say. I mean, it supports some types, some decks, I mean. This works with Gen and Ken, yeah, but like the problem, okay, this card has a very unique, well, like not unique, but it's a problem that we often talk about here when evaluating new cards, and that is very simply that this card is not searchable. It's not part of any archetype. It's just a card that you either draw or you don't, and so you're not going to be able to build an entire deck around it, right? This is something that we've talked about when evaluating cards like Duality or Shadow's Light or whatever. And, well, it does have What in its name. I don't know if that makes it searchable. Actually. Maybe it is searchable in Watts. But outside of Watts, let's talk about this card in general first. Maybe it's searchable in Watts. But, like, it's gonna be tough to build a deck around this card, right? But there could be some decks where this card just slots right in. Like, if you have a deck that plays a lot of level 3 or lower light monsters and would appreciate a further extender from your hand, maybe that deck can play it. But as of now, I can't think of many decks that would want to play this card, but that does not mean that that won't ever be a thing in the future, right? It could be a thing, right? But the deck already needs to be good without this card, pretty much, right? That's the thing. The deck that is going to use this card needs to function without this card as well. Because if you don't draw this card, your deck still needs to function, right? That's why people saying worms or digital bugs or Watts. That's why I think it's not going to be a big deal in those kind of things, because if this card makes the deck playable and you're not drawing that card, then suddenly your deck is not playable, right? And so I can't think of many level 3 or lower light focused strategies that would really want this card. But it's not a terrible card. It's not a terrible card. There are certainly good targets for it. And, you know, maybe there's somewhere where this card sees play, but it's not that exciting. I don't think. I don't think it's gonna see much play for now. It's something to keep in the back of your heads. If there's ever gonna be a light focused deck that could maybe play this card, maybe. Let's talk about the real deal in this set though. When it comes to TCG exclusives, let's talk about Gen and Ken. Let's get to the elephant in the room. Let's talk about Gen and Ken. Also, thank you for the hype train, by the way. Sky Goblin, or Ski Goblin and Grin Papier. Thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Ken the Warrior. Level 3 light warrior effect monster. Once per turn, at the end of the battle phase, return this card from the field to the hand. You can only use each of the following effects of Ken the Warrior Dragon once per turn. During your main phase, you can special summon Gen the Diamond Tiger from your hand or deck to your opponent's field in defense position. If this card is special summoned by the effect of Gen the Diamond Tiger, your opponent draws 2 cards, then they discard 1 card. And then Gen the Diamond Tiger is once per turn at the end of the battle phase, return this card from the field to the hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can special summon a Ken the Warrior Dragon from your hand or deck to your opponent's field in defense position. If this card is special summoned by the effect of Ken the Warrior Dragon, discard 1 card. Okay. So basically, to put it a little bit simpler, you're going to summon one of these 2 dudes. You're going to activate the effect. They're going to summon the other part to the opponent's field, where they're going to trigger on your opponent's side of the field. And these effects here, this part of the effect and this part of the effect, they are activated by your opponent's monster. So when it says discard 1 card, that means your opponent is the one that discards a card. And when it says your opponent draws 2 cards and discards a card, that is you, as the player, because you gave your opponent the Ken, you draw 2 and discard 1. Now, I think these cards are very, very powerful, and we're going to talk about some ways to use them. At the same time, I do think that people are overreacting to these two a little bit, and we're also going to talk about why I think that is the case in a little bit. However, let's talk about the obvious things here. Let's talk about the obvious things. These two do something that I personally am not a big fan of design-wise, and that is they summon stuff to your opponent's field, right? Summoning stuff to your opponent's field is something that in the past 1 or 2 years has been happening a disproportionate amount of times. And most of the time when it happened, it was not that cool when it happened. Like most of the time it was some stupid stuff like Ibli or Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, all these kind of things. Just like summoning stuff to your opponent's field is just something that has proven to be problematic a bunch of times in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's most of the time not been that cool. However, in the case of these two, the one quote-unquote thing that kind of saves it is that you can't summon like anything to your opponent's side of the field. You're not going to be able to give your opponent a floodgate with this. It's always going to be one of the two dudes, right? There's not going to be a floodgate involved. Still, it has the potential to lock your opponent out of cards like Impermanence. Like basically, if your opponent summons one of these and you're holding an Impermanence, you have no option of holding that Impermanence. You can't wait with it. You have to use it now or it's going to be dead. It could also potentially... the one thing it cannot lock the opponent out of is evenly matched, which I think this is something that they carefully designed in this way. Actually, I think this is intentional. At the end of the battle phase, these return to the hand. So this means that even if your opponent has evenly, they can go end of battle phase, bounce them back to the hand, to your hand, and then evenly. I think that was on purpose. I think it was on purpose that these guys don't lock your opponent out of evenly matched. But still, it has some implications. Like, you know, if you give this thing to a player with Kashtira cards in their deck, they're gonna have to waste their battle phase and crash these or bounce them back to the hand. If they have a Lightning Storm, they're gonna have to waste their battle phase and crash these. So it's giving stuff to your opponent has its uses for sure. Of course, the next thing to talk about is the bonus effect you get, right? If you normal summon Gen, or rather, let's start with Ken. If you summon Gen, you give your opponent Gen, and then your opponent needs to discard a card. This is not random. They get to choose which card to discard, which makes it slightly worse. But still, it's annoying, right? I mean, having to discard one. Some decks don't care that much about it. Like against some decks, it's even dangerous. You know, if you play against Tearlaments and they discard a Kelbeck, you're gonna have a problem. But still, however, I think this is the significantly weaker direction. Going Ken into summon Gen is the weak. This is the weak version, right? So going Ken into Gen is weak. Going Gen into Ken is where it's at. You're gonna normal summon Gen, activate the effect, give your opponent Ken. Ken is gonna trigger, and you're gonna be able to draw 2, discard 1. That's busted. That's where it's busted. Because drawing 2, discarding 1 is an incredibly powerful effect that not many Yu-Gi-Oh cards have this. Letting you draw and discard cards. That is not something that a lot of decks can do. Or a lot of cards can do. And this is like a baby graceful charity, right? In this case, by the way, which is something that people are already mentioning in chat, this is your opponent's card that is forcing you to draw 2, discard 1. So if you discard something like a Dark World with this, it's going to be treated as being discarded by your opponent's card. I think this is an oversight in card design. I think they should have worded it in a way where it said your opponent draws 2 and then sends 1 card from their hand to the graveyard. They should have worded it like that. They should not have used the word discard here, because it makes a huge difference when maybe it was on purpose, but then it still is madness that they did that on purpose. Like these cards are not only good in Dark World, and we're going to talk about that in a second, but right off the bat, this is dangerous, right? This is dangerous. Like if Dark World goes normal summon Gen, gives you a Ken, probably curtains. Probably curtains. The game is probably over. But so this is basically the stronger direction that you can take these cards. Is you go normal summon Gen, summon Ken to your opponent's field, right? That's the better way. And that's why I think people are going to be on triple Gen and then 1 or 2 copies of Ken, because I don't know if you want to play all 6 of these. I don't know if you want to play all 6, because then you're playing basically 6 normal summons. Plus Rhoda. Both of these are warriors. Keep that in mind. Both of these are Rhoda targets, so you can play 4 copies of each if you want to. The other very obvious thing is that these cards have insane synergy with triple tactics thrust and triple tactics talents, because both of these, no matter which one you draw, basically forces your opponent to activate a card effect on the field, which will then, you can use talents, you can use thrust, and you can even use thrust to add, because they will have a card on the field. And talents and thrust are already in pretty much every single deck right now, either main decked or side decked. It's not like those cards now become playable. It's like those cards are already the probably 2 most popular spell cards in Yu-Gi-Oh right now across all the decks, right? Almost every single deck is using thrust and talents in some capacity already. And these cards are not going to make that number go down. Now, let's talk about the one reason, let's talk about the one thing that, the one slightly negative thing about this cards, which is it's barely even a negative, but it does really matter in practice. Like, it does really matter when it comes to actually playing these cards, which is that they take up your normal summon. Which, it sounds trivial, but I think it's a very important thing to consider, that the normal summon is a very precious resource, and most Yu-Gi-Oh decks need their normal summon for something, right? Most Yu-Gi-Oh decks, most archetypes are printed with some normal summons for the archetype that you're going to want to use your normal summon on. So not every deck can use those cards, but still, there are exceptions to this. Any deck that does not need its normal summon, like critically, from now on, basically, is going to consider these cards, right? Every deck that does not need its normal summon has the option now to basically play a very strong set of normal summons, right? Once again, one deck that comes to mind is Dark World. Another deck that comes to mind is Pearly. I've seen Pearly experimentations with these, because Pearly has a bunch of emergency teleports, basically, so you can use Gen and Ken as your normal summons, which is interesting. Cash Chira was a deck that didn't really need its normal summon, so you can do that. People have even experimented with some, or have already come up with some interesting ways to abuse these cards, because I believe there is another oversight in the design of these cards, which is, it's a little bit harder to spot than the draw 2, discard 1 having Dark World synergy. I think one of the bigger oversights in card design on these is the fact that they are not summon, they don't trigger on normal summon or special summon. Like, the effect to summon the other one to your opponent's side of the field is a during your main phase effect, right? It's a once per turn ignition effect. So what that means is, you're giving your opponent a monster, and if you have some way, shape, or form to take control of that monster, you can get both of these effects in the same turn, right? Like one example that I've seen people use is where is it? What is it called? Transverser. Let me pull it up. One thing that I've seen people mention is Geonator Transverser, right? Which is just like you summon the thing to your opponent's side of the field, so you get to decide where to put it. You just put it in the center. You can go Transverser. You can swap the two. And then now, let's say you've gone Ken to give your opponent Gen. You take your opponent's Gen. And then you go, you can still use the Gen to give them the Ken. You can also use tactics, of course. Yeah, if you want to use tactics to draw, to steal, then you can do that. However, I will say most of the time, you're going to want to use tactics to either look at their hand or draw 2 cards. Probably. More likely. More likely. But you can do things like thrust into Change of Heart, you know, give them one of them, thrust into Change of Heart, take it, get the other effect going. There's a lot of possibilities with these cards. The possibilities are pretty much endless. I think there's a very decent chance that that these cards see play. The one thing that's holding them back, basically, the only thing that's holding them back is the fact that they can't go into every single deck, right? They need to find a home that doesn't need its normal summon, but that is something that has definitely happened over the course of the last couple years. Every once in a while, you're gonna have a deck in the format that doesn't need its normal summon, and then these are gonna be fine. I don't want to normal this thing going second. I don't think they're that bad going second. Like specifically Gen, which is going to be the one that you're always going to run. Like you're mostly going to run multiple copies of Gen. If you normal summon Gen into a board going second, it still demands an interruption. Like I don't want to let my opponent draw 2, discard 1. That's not something I want my opponent to be able to do. So like normal summon Gen forces a disruption. Like they have to interact with it, that could be worse. Any normal summon can be interacted with, like for the most part. Like most decks that run a normal summon, that can be negated or whatever going second. But like the good thing about this card is that it forces something out. Like it's definitely going to force something out, because if your opponent goes second and summons Gen, you don't want to let them draw 2, discard 1. I don't think these cards are that bad going second. Specifically, there's one thing that these cards actually do well going second, which is this thing is this return this card to the hand at the end of the battle phase is on both players' turns. So your opponent doesn't even get to keep the body if you go second. Like you just give them the body, you go to the battle phase, you attack the other monsters or whatever, you go end of battle phase, and that thing returns to your hand for next turn. Right? So I don't think these cards are that bad going second. I don't really agree with that logic, because they definitely have the same effect going second than what they have going first, and for the most part they're still gonna force your opponent's interruptions in some way, shape, or form, right? And that's not bad. That's really not that bad. I think the biggest issue with this engine, outside of it only going into decks that don't need their normal summon, the only issue is that I think drawing Ken is actually slightly worse than people think it is. I think drawing Ken is going to be kind of like the stinker interaction. Like drawing Ken, giving your opponent Gen, and your opponent gets to discard one of their choosing. That is I think that's mediocre. It still isn't bad, especially if you have thrust and talents in your deck, right? But yeah, these cards don't let you play. It's purely there for the gimmick. I would argue normal summoning Gen, giving your opponent Ken, will let you play a majority of the time. Like drawing 2, discard 1 is an insane starter play for the decks that are going to use these cards. Like draw 2, discard 1 by your opponent's card effect. So you draw 2 cards into your deck, you get to discard 1 to trigger any effects, you enable Thrust and Talents, is an insane starter for the decks that are going to be playing this. Like, if my opponent is playing like a Dark World strategy, for example, I'm just using Dark World because the draw 2, discard 1 is the most powerful in that deck. If my opponent resolves this, gets to resolve the draw 2, discard 1, and has like Talents and Thrust in their deck, there's like a 0% chance that that does not let them pop off. Like, they're just, the decks that are going to play these cards are going to pop off after using them. They're going to make sure it's going to let them play. So while these cards don't go into every single deck, right? They are kind of hyped right now. People are going crazy on these. You're not going to see these in every single deck, and the decks that are going to play these are still going to have weaknesses, right? The Dark World deck is already scary even before these cards, and then people are going to play these cards in Dark World. There's still going to be answers to Dark World, but the deck definitely gets better with it. I just think that the card design on these is problematic. I think especially considering Talents and Thrust already being some of the most powerful Yu-Gi-Oh cards we're seeing in the current format. I just don't think these cards are future-proof, basically. Like, even if Dark World or any other deck that could play these cards right now doesn't immediately pop off, that does not mean that these cards are well-designed and balanced cards. Because I think every time a deck is going to use these cards, which I think is going to happen, right? These cards will see play at some point down the line. Anytime a deck is going to use those cards, it's going to be for good reason, and they're going to be very strong in it, and it's going to feel very bad if you get hit with these. Your opponent gets to draw 2, discard 1, and then all the Talents and Thrust are live on their first turn, which that's like the one thing that's felt sometimes bad about Talents or Thrust is when you go first with them and you don't get to use them, right? That's the one downside of Talents or Thrust. And now imagine playing a deck where that's not even a downside because all your normal summons are going to enable those. I think that's scary. I think it is scary. I think these cards are gonna be strong at some point. Yeah. So, well, that's basically it, right? Like, even if Dark World doesn't immediately go to the moon, because people might still play like they're drone and Lockbirds and everything, you know, but that does not mean that these cards are not poorly designed. So we're gonna have to wait and see which deck immediately plays these. But I think they're powerful. I think they're hella powerful. And honestly, whenever I'm gonna build a deck from now that maybe doesn't need its normal summons super badly, you're gonna have to consider these cards, and they're gonna be strong options. They're gonna be strong options whenever a deck comes out that does not need its normal summon, right? And they even have some of the best possible like features that a card could have. They're warriors. They're warriors, so that means something, right? They can make Isold, they can be searched with Rhoda. It's just powerful stuff, man. It's just powerful stuff. So you guys can be happy that it's not level 2, because you know, that'd be we'd be spriting these out every single time. That'd be crazy. But they're light, so they can potentially make Chaos Angel, for example, as well. You know, like you can Chaos Angel in decks that has level 7 access to lights or darks. So, what's that? Yeah. However, I will say for now, the only decks that I could think of playing these cards is probably Like they are like a match made in heaven for Dark World. Like, let's be honest, Dark World was already not a bad deck, and these cards are like handcrafted for Dark World. So Dark World is gonna play these cards for sure, and it's gonna get stronger with these cards. Pearly could play them. I am not aware of any other like meta threats that could use them as of now, but that does not mean they are future proof. By no means. That they are not future proof by no means. Runic. I don't see a way of how Runic uses these cards. I'm not aware of any way Runic would use these cards. But there is other implications. There are other implications that that open up by giving your opponent cards. You know, there is cards that have great synergy with that. Mannequin Cat on the first turn. You can use Folgo to destroy your opponent's card and draw 3 on the first turn. Now, I don't know how this would ever fit into a Fur Hire deck because they're not level 2, like I said. If these were level 2, you would catch me playing Fur Hire Sprite. Like, no shot, I'm not doing that. If these were level 2, it'd be insane. But, yeah. Tearlament, I don't think wants these cards, chat. I don't think Tearlaments wants these. Like, yeah, draw 2, discard 1 is powerful in Tearlaments, but there's better stuff you can do in Tier. Tier already has crazy normal summons, like Diviner, so on and so forth. Right? I don't know. That is, unironically, the one thing I like about them, even though I do think they are quite powerful and have some toxic capabilities. I do like the amount of like possibilities that they open up and the amount of like experimentation that people can do with them. That is one thing I always appreciate about new cards, when they like open up a lot of possibilities for experimentation and so on and so forth. I wish it was still a little bit better designed, like a little more balanced, and still opens a lot of possibilities, right? But like, yeah. That's that. All right, my food is getting cold. My food is actually getting cold, so I need to quickly find something that we can quickly react to. And then we move on with more Age of Overlord discussions and also some testing. Let me check what people posted in the Discord. Age of Overlord Rarities, Troll Despair, yeah. Alright, we got... we have a video suggested from Key Yugioh, which is titled, "Why Are Yu-Gi-Oh! Turns So Long?" And then we have a video by the Law Yugioh, which is the wacky world of non-Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. That sounds fun. The meta of 2009, we've already done. We've already done that. We have MBT conspiracy theories suggested. What do we do? The first 3 answers in chat are 3 different videos. The thing is, I think this one is probably the coolest. The Law Yugioh video. I always enjoy Law Yugioh videos. They're always freaking bangers. The problem is, I actually didn't play that many of these games. But maybe let's find out. Let's do Law Yugioh. Let's do Law Yugioh. Why not? Alright. Wait, this is 39 minutes. Okay. Wait, no. 39 is hella long. I don't want to spend that much time today. Let's do the MBT one then. Another day, chat. Does Law Yugioh have one for 2010? Nah, if that was here, we'd be watching it, but that's still in the works, apparently. But once that video comes out,
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT time.
Wait, this was loud. This was loud.
And in light of today's interesting news, we are going to talk about conspiracy theories. Now, unfortunately, the test of the emergency broadcast system today did not turn 90% of the population into walking 5G zombies, but it did give us a nice little inroad to talk about some of the silly conspiracies that are present not in the minds of Twitter-addled morons, but in the minds
2010 should be around next week. Oh yeah, there he is. There's the Law yugioh in chat. Hello. Hook me up with that 2010. I need it in my life. Next week, poggers.
of duelists. What Yu-Gi-Oh conspiracy theories do you recall from your time playing the game? And I'm going to begin with one of my all-time favorites, the winner of the unfortunately canceled YugiTube Awards for Worst Post in 2023. Konami gives Japanese players better hands. Some of you might think that Japanese players have optimized decks or spend a lot to get the most expensive decks, but I've noticed that all Japanese players get near perfect hands. Rarely do I see a Japanese player brick, and they always have the right card to dismantle any disruption that stops them from doing their OTK. I feel Konami purposely altered.
I think they just got called by the grave on Max C one time too often by a 60 card branded duelist. Little do they know, this has nothing to do with nationality. It's actually just embedded in Master Duel's code for everybody that if you put 60 cards into your deck, you're going to have an out to Max C in your opening hand. That's in the code, literally.
Is the RNG for Japanese players so they can get the best opening hand, while, say, someone from America will brick more. Just my thought, and I wouldn't put it past Konami doing this, given their past behavior. What the hell does that mean? Konami, like, mismanaged a portion of Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't like, so that means that they hate Americans. Spenstar says, Konami will keep cards legal because the hatred for those cards from the player base gets them publicity. Mystic Mind trending on Twitter, constant Max C debates, they have to be good for Konami's bottom line. I don't know.
No, this one I can believe. There has to be some part of Konami that enjoys when we just hate on certain cards. That has to be a thing. There's no way. Look, hey, no. Chat, look. There is no way that they do this. Hold up. That this is not like on purpose, right? There's no way that they don't post this because they know people are gonna freaking lose their minds about it, right? And it keeps working too. And I am the first one to lose my mind about it. Like, I'm the first one to retweet this and lose my mind about it. Like, I'm the first one to jump the gun and be like, yo, there's no way they posted that. I am the target. I am specifically the target of these kind of posts, you know? They're like trying to target people that just hate the birds and are gonna freaking freak out when they post. This master combo is for the birds. By first summoning Fluandere's and Robina, you can use its effect to access and normal summon Fluandere's Eglin, whose effect allows you to find a level 7 or higher winged beast monster card and set the stage for a tribute summon. That's not a combo, first of all. Second of all, it's outrageous that they posted this, but this is 100%. That is the intention. Well, there's no way. I
feel like getting a whole bunch of publicity only works if the publicity isn't a million people saying, this game is unplayable at present. Thousands of people convinced that Carly Nagisa's JP voice actress was replaced in 5Ds was thrown off the rails because of a cult. No evidence, just everyone believes it. There's a really good Reddit post about this,
I don't know
kind of deconstructing this myth. Carly was functionally written out of the last arc of 5Ds. Many people speculate it's because her real-life voice actress was found to be in a cult which shared some characteristics with some of the stuff that the characters did in the show, and they thought it would, like, mesh poorly. But none of this is substantiated anywhere. A lot of the episodes that came out predate discovering her cult activity, like, by years. People just thought it sounded like it would be cool if it was true, so they decided that's the same thing as it being true. The Law has one of my favorites. Shouts out to the time when the idea of the game going to 10,000 life points was such a widely accepted conspiracy theory. Ancient Leaf got bought out practically overnight. This one was so funny. It was literally just someone hopped on Zodiac and they were like, my dad works at Konami. Master Rule 5 is coming out tomorrow and you're going to start at 12,000 life points. When the first wave of B-Trooper cards were released, I heard a lot of people parrot the idea they were an attempt by Konami TCG to create an archetype that could abuse Max C to such.
Is Ancient Leaf still expensive to this day? It might be. Because sometimes cards like this just shoot up in price and they never really go down. Hold up. Oh, it's like $2 still, which is crazy. It is still crazy for a completely unusable card. It's like €2 for a common.
Such an extent it will cause its banning in the OCG. Next list for sure. I mean, what did you want? They made an archetype that says get Maxi every game. And then players in OCG were like, yeah, we already have to deal with that. Remember how everybody thought Crow was supposed to be a dark signer based on just no evidence? Here's a Reddit post going over all the stuff they believed and debunking it. People just got into their heads that Crow was originally planned to be a dark signer, but was so popular among the writing staff and the fan base, they had no choice but to write him into the main cast. Crow debuted in episode 30 of 5Ds, October 22nd, 2008. He was a friend to all children. The first wave of Blackwing support arrived in Crimson Crisis in Japan in November 15th, 2008. How could Konami have petitioned?
Who likes Blackwings? Serious question. Like, who the hell likes Blackwings? There's like no way. Blackwings have always been the most boring deck out there. Like, they were the most straightforward deck in 2010, and today they're even worse because they're just this combo pile. I never understood why people like Blackwing so much. Like, they're not based in Edison, they're not based pre-Edison, they're not based today. Fuck them birds, dude.
For Crow's character to be changed if Blackwings had already come out 3 weeks afterwards. Maybe it was the most popular archetype of all time in 21 days. And they said, scrap all the animation. We gotta make it again. The pros playing Predaplant to spike up the price to offload Conspiracy was a pretty good one. Okay, the conspiracy for this one is that a couple of pros
This is not a conspiracy theory. I know for a fact Pac did this. I know Pac and Nesh did this. No, this is true. I'm pretty sure this is just true. What was the card called? There was this one spell card. That spiked so crazy. Was it Preda Planning? Or it was Preda something. Preda Practice. That was the one. Preda Practice went up like in incredible amount. And they had bought like a bunch of them. And then the card got reprinted, and they were sitting on like so many more. I don't think this is a spicy story. I think he's talked about it on stream at some point. But they had like it spiked up for like a week, and then it got like reprinted. Yeah.
Including I think Pac and Cody decided that branded Predaplant was a top deck based on their testing. This caused a buyout of a card that wasn't even in their deck. Magician
No, they played it.
of Hope is the only crossover monster that exists between two protagonists' ace monsters. Supposedly he was printed because in Japan, while Arc V was airing, so were reruns of Zexal, which was more popular. So they printed Magician of Hope to get Zexal fans to watch Arc V. Hey, I know you're watching reruns. This guy's around. Do the pendulum shit. So I guess I'll talk about this one a little bit. Air Neos is like a one-to-one copy of a superhero from another IP. So since his original printing, he has not received a single reprint, and all the cards that would
Air Neos is that expensive? That's crazy.
technically feature him as a member of the Neos Brigade just don't. What? Wait, we don't have proof? What the fuck? Wait, then why haven't they reprinted him? Wait, so we actually have no idea why this card is not in Master Duel, never had a reprint, removed from every single art that should have him in it? We literally don't know? There's no reason? Konami released Master Duel right when Duel Links entered Pendulum era in order to get people hooked on the new gacha sim to avoid player burnout. I don't buy this one. Golden Nova theorized that this was going to be the center of the branded lore. Okay, well, Golden Nova being wrong isn't exactly a conspiracy. For a while, it was rumored that Konami was refusing to print or reprint cards
I don't know who, but someone got roasted right now.
Originating from Yu-Gi-Oh! R, because the mangaka went on to create Card Fight Vanguard. I mean, that's petty, but like clearly you can't just give like 45 million cards no reprints ever. My favorite one is that all the old school format deck lists from SJCs, etc. are so mediocre not because we were that much worse at deck building, but because everyone who was doing well was savagely cheating constantly. Okay, obviously not everyone who did well was savagely cheating constantly. A lot of the people from the SJC era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are still top professional players who consistently put up results. But there were a lot of big names from that period who have disclosed that they were inviolate of the rules. For what it's worth, Konami's done a way better job at sniffing out cheaters than Upper Deck Entertainment ever did. The best conspiracy is still the one guy that randomly DM'd Farfa about how he put together the clues Konami has put out over the years and he knows what Master Rule 6 is going to be. The explanation is that I found a puzzle in the card game itself and that will explain to you how the next Master Rule will work and I will show it to you and I will only need your help when I can convince you at the beginning and I must trust you. After I send you this information, you must choose and think about it because it's a theory and the card game have unofficial sources usually in the form of a puzzle. There's a conspiracy theory that you shouldn't Google the word erratas because it's related to organizations deleting super secret documents and they'll investigate you and make you go crazy if you do. It's turbo stupid because it relies entirely upon not knowing TCGs exist and that they use errata often. Wait, this is a conspiracy theory independent of Yu-Gi-Oh! That is ruined by existence of the fact that players will be like, what did Firewall Dragon say in 2017 again? My personal favorite is when people thought that Simo was rigging his prog pulls on Reddit and was going frame by frame to show that he cheated, only to find out that Gage cheated with getting 2 Reborn Tengu. I'm a Simo fan, let me start off with that. This is not a copium post, but something that was brought to my attention. The pulls in question are his Blizzard pulls in Raging Battle. I will link the timestamp parts well. If you look at 9 minutes in, you will see his Gishnilgadon pack, which is pack 10. Keep the contents in mind along with the next one. You can see him open Blizzard in pack 11. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? Well, when you head over to 1124, you can see in his post-pull recap, the pack after the Gishnilgadon pack is completely different than what he was pulling from the Blizzard pack. You can extra confirm this pack should have been the Blizzard pack because the Ghost or Power Tool pack contents were just before the Gishnilgadon pack, and those were exactly correct too. Yet at pack 11 it changes. I also noticed that when he was scrolling through post-pack opening polls, he didn't scroll down far enough to see either of the Blizzards, and in fact didn't even mention them at all at that point. I don't want to believe he would cheat in a 4-fun series, but with this evidence it seems plausible he would fake his pulls just so he could actually play Blackwing since they would be severely weakened without one of their best recovery cards. Anyone else see anything different? The actual answer to this one, unfortunately, is insanely boring. Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck doesn't work perfectly all the time. Turbo Synchron and Nitro Synchron were actually...
No, they invested so much time into that. Oh my god, they invested so much time. There were such... They went Detective Conan on that shit, and then they just like... They got no Megalold. Oh my god. Oh, that's sad.
Supposed to be...
I was about to cancel Simo, but they just got no Megalold. Oh, that's sad.
Used for Nitro Warrior and Turbo Warrior, respectively. They have similar color schemes, and there's a DT print of Nitro Warrior that is wind attribute like Turbo Synchron. They just...
Huh? Oh, this is what... This is like... This is like that... There's one that exists in Pokemon like that, which I actually could believe. There's like that theory where, what is it? It's I'm trying to think of the English names because I know the German ones. It's like that's what is it? Venonat was supposed to evolve into Butterfree because they look so freaking similar. Give me a second. Venonat. And Butterfree. Yeah. So you got Venonat and Butterfree, right? Okay, this is the smallest thing they could find. Okay. All right. These look like they would evolve into each other. And then you got... What is it? Oh, what is the... Okay. Instead, you have Venomoth. And Venomoth looks like it would be the evolution of... What's the English name? The friggin' English name! Oh, Caterpie, right. Caterpie. In German, it's just Raupi. They don't look... These two don't look that similar, but they have kind of similar eyes. But what about these two, dude? You can't tell me these two were not made for each other. They even have the same little hands. Look at their hands. Anyways, that reminded me of that. That reminded me of that.
Fucked this up? Firewall Dragon's anime armor, I remember this. So Firewall Dragon was the anime boss of Yusaku in Vrains. So as a result, it resisted ban list hits despite clearly being the problem card of several formats, then finally got banned right when they debuted a new ace monster in access code Talker. There's a joke that has gained traction among idiots, as conspiracies do, that the reason that Master Duel hasn't banned Maxi yet is because they ignore all survey feedback that is not in Japanese. This is a classic meow meme. Wow, that's crazy. An entire
I'm gonna write my feedback in Japanese from now on. I don't care.
Thread, and we didn't get the actually true conspiracy theory. That every time I win, it's because I outskilled my opponent, and every time I lose, it's because my opponent sacked me and got a better hand because of stuff that was out of my control. Why did they play this? They were just wrong! You're allowed to be wrong!
Wait, I'm almost finished. Almost finished with my food. I haven't quite finished it. That video was too quick. There's one thing we can watch. Oh, wait, no. Before moving on with Age of Overlord, we can look at... you already heard it. Hold up. We can look at Lithium coping on Jen and Ken, which is it's beautiful. Okay, hold up.
Yo, what's up guys, welcome back. So Age of Overlord brings us to, I guess, world premiere cards? A couple of more, right? Next to this one, but this one I think caught the attention of most people, simply because they are, on first sight you might think they are fine, they might be okay. But if you actually see like the potential combos, the potential archetypes you could combine them with, it's kind of mind-blowing that these cards do what they do. So both the Jen and Ken, you know, the red one, what is it, the gray one, I guess. One of them, at least both have the very similar effect that it's basically your normal summon for the turn, and then you can use its effect. Or
the interesting part about this video, by the way, is Lithium is probably the best out there at making copium videos on new archetypes that are actually not that good. So I'm very interested in seeing what Lithium does when the cards are actually good. Because that's kind of like a paradox, right? That's not what's supposed to happen. That's not how it's supposed to be, right? The deck is not supposed to be good.
You know, their effect, special summon the counterpart to your opponent's side of the field in defense position, and then trigger its effect. Depending on which one, you either force your opponent to discard one random card, or you can, as let's say the one that normal summoned one of the brothers, you can draw two and discard one, and it makes it so that you discard the cards because of your opponent's card effect. And I'm looking at Silva, and that triggers Silva, so that this one opens so many possibilities. And I'm looking at the other cards here in the supposed main deck, the tactic cards. These are like so broken now.
I mean, just think about the amount of effort that people go through to discard a freaking Ceruli in Dark World, right? And then these two basically give your opponent a Ceruli, but you also draw two cards in the process.
Now, because they punish your opponent. Tactics, or thrust, search tactics, take a look at their hands, or change of heart, they control, link for Isolde, because both are warriors, so it's really insane. It's really insane.
Bro, oh my god, he started with Ken, gave him Gen, and then talanced away the Droll and Lockbird, and now is going to Infernoble combo. No, that is foul, man. Nah.
Like here, I gave my opponent the one that
oh god.
Oh
god, no.
This engine definitely could have a place in is Infernal Knights, because again, both are warrior, level 3, there's certain Isolde if you want. The thing is,
if I open Droll and Lockbird and my opponent does this to me, I'm actually calling the police. Oh my god, that was nasty, dude. Holy shit.
That with Infernal Knights, the package, this new package, kind of takes up your normal summon. So I'm not so sure if you still want to run Connector. Ogier,
holy shit.
Because you could send Gear Free from your deck to the graveyard. Again,
that has to be illegal.
Both the other one, Gen and Ken, basically almost do the same if you have your tactic cards, right? Thrust or talents. So yeah, you know what I mean, right? So I guess with Connector and Dolphin, even though Dolphin also hits the hand traps, or the hand and the hand traps, it also takes up your normal summon. And I don't think you need to main deck both of them at 3, so both Gen and Ken. I believe 2 and 2 is fine. Or maybe 3-2-1, depends on, you know, the one you want to have in your opening hands. Maybe the draw 2 discard 1, which is fantastic, by the way, especially for this deck. If you happen to open with, like, you know, an equip spell or a dead card that you want to get in your graveyard as soon as possible. So it's fantastic. Like this, right? Give your opponent one of them, draw 2, discard 1, and because you discard because of an opponent's card effect, this will trigger your Silva, etc. And like here at this moment, the game is pretty much already over. Even though, like at this point, it's just to draw into either Thrust or Talents. I mean, before this engine, Dark World already had the capability to play Thrust and Talents. Probably just fine as a one-off copy both because of Ceruli, right? Give your opponent Ceruli, discards, etc. So you could Trust or Talents and, you know, get like the full effect for Trust, that is. But with this, it becomes much easier. The fact that like this built-in engine gives the deck the capability to force your opponent to discard one, and maybe gain control of it, or Saryuja special summoning the other one if you happen to draw into it, to draw to discard one and then gain the beneficial effect of your Dark Worlds. That's kind of insane. That's really insane. The fact that this deck or Dark Worlds,
I don't want to play against
run or, you know,
Dark World. I don't want to play against Dark World in this form. With
is if your deck is not running any normal summon.
There are gonna be answers to this, but it's so scary, dude. Like, what if I don't open Droll Lockbird? You know, what if I don't?
This might actually.
What if I just don't draw it?
And I'm looking at this engine, and again, depending on, you know, like the amount of cards you want to run, or the amount of, you know, Gen or Ken you want to main deck. So it's, for most builds, I went 2 and 2 for now, but I mean, it obviously needs more testing. So this is a super standard end board for Dark World. Again, like Dark World was already able to, you know, play these fields.
Why does your opponent have so many cards in hand?
But the fact that, I mean, these new cards just makes it, first of all,
why are you not discarding Ceruli?
Easier, and second, it kind of forces out your opponent of playing hand traps
much
sooner
than
they maybe want. Giving your opponent that monster in defense could block like an Imper, for example. So that's already really strong, because looking at most top decks, players already, like, some of the hand traps that they might only play is Imper, because again, you don't want to give your opponent the talents target, right? Or, you know, force them to use talents. So the last one takes the cake. Oh, this is insane.
This one is cope. This one's actual cope. You're not gonna play these in tier.
So go for Kashira Fenrir. Fenrir searches the Tiddlement, Kashira Tiddlement. Give my opponent a draw 2, that counts for myself. Just, I probably should have gone for Trust first, for talents, and then, you know, take a peek at my opponent's hand, discard one, just to make sure that I, you know, don't run it into Nip. But this becomes a huge mill because of Gelbeck, etc, etc. And I think I'm going to, what is it, for Bahamut Shark? I should be going for Bahamut Shark. Merely to go for Kaledo, I think. Yeah, there it is. Thrust, yeah, again, they should have, you know, be used much sooner, but it's fine. Get a peek at my opponent's hand and look at this. Go for Big Eye.
Big Eye. Oh, nah, man.
Discard one card. They can choose which is one. Let's start. Go for Toad on negation, and I can go for Mesquerina. This makes it so I can go for Little Knight during their turn for another interruption. You have one of your traps. I believe it was Crynet set. Oh, and the cool thing is that you could potentially drop Hefness during your turn, because again,
you
it
have Big Eye, dude.
Creating a monster effect. So, like, all in all, like, this small engine, at first I was like, this kind of feels awkward, but again, as I've, you know, read online, multiple people commenting, it's the game mechanic of giving your opponent a monster, plus it's not really a minus, because again,
I think it's as simple as, I think they're just good cards. I think they're just good cards. There's no way around it. They don't fit into every single deck, but there are going to be decks that it fits. Decks that already want to play Talents and Thrust, don't need their normal summon, just throw these in. They're gonna be good. I think these cards are powerful and going to see play at some point. Maybe even immediately after Age of Overlord release. I think they're powerful cards. As simple as that. You don't need 3 of each necessarily. It depends how many slots your deck has and how many normal summons you want to commit. You know, like, maybe, I think the most common way that people are going to start playing them is they're going to play 3 Gen and 1 Ken. And the Rhoda. Maybe if you want to do one thing that's worth noting is that if you want to do a play where you steal the one that you give to your opponent and then you want to use that one as well, you probably need to play 3 and 2. Because otherwise, if you start with the one of, like, if you only play 1 Ken, if you start with that Ken, you give your opponent the Gen, you take the Gen, you don't have another Ken, right? So in a scenario like that, when you aim to use something like Geonator Transverser or whatever, in a case like that, you do need, I think, 3 and 2. So that could be the preferred ratio. 2 and 2, I find it hard to believe that you don't want to run 3 copies of Gen, right? Because Gen is just so powerful, right? Gen is just so powerful. Oh yeah. All right. Let me get back the music. And there's one more thing I want to talk about when it comes to Age of Overlord. And that is the only other thing basically that was revealed on Friday that we did not know and that is the full rarities. Right? That's the full rarities, which we do have now. Which is an important topic to talk about because, of course, there's a couple of very powerful cards in Age of Overlord. Now, Gen and Ken are two of them, and they're only commons, so surely it's not going to be a very expensive set for everybody, right? Well, SP Little Knight has been confirmed to be a secret rare. So take that, all of you copers out there that were in my chat last week and talking about how SP Little Knight was a confirmed ultra rare, basically, because in that one video it had golden letters, and I had to tell you guys, like, on 3 separate occasions that was not the case because it was the quarter century version in the video. It is indeed a secret rare. It is a secret rare. To honestly, no one's surprise. No one's surprise. SP Little Knight is a secret rare. Current pre-sales are, I believe, about 80 bucks is the pre-sale price for SP Little Knight. Lowest. We're gonna see how that evolves. 80 bucks, honestly, for how powerful this card is, I could see it being that expensive. It's gonna suck because most decks are going to want to have this card. I don't know if it can go down from here. 80 seems okay. I don't know if it seems okay. It's that's the thing. That's the thing I want to preface. I am very bad at evaluating card prices or predicting card prices. I think that Age of Overlord in general is a very good set. It has a lot of powerful cards. It also has a lot of powerful secret rares. SP Little Knight is not the only chase card in the set, and it's also in most decks only a one of. I think there is a potential that it goes down a little bit from here on out. It could happen. I don't think that it's going to go higher than this. Because I simply think the card cannot be that expensive when the entire set is very powerful. It has a lot of powerful secrets, a lot of powerful ultras. It has the quarter centuries. The value of the box is not just on SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight is not carrying Age of Overlord, I don't think. So I think there's some potential that this card could go down a little bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for people to buy the singles. If every single in the set is going to be that expensive, you're just going to buy the boxes instead of buying the singles. And then if no one buys the singles have to go down, right? So I would say this is still a little bit high, maybe. Yeah, but we'll see. Now, we were also speculating whether the Diabellstar main deck monster or the Diabellstar searcher spell would be a secret rare. We were like, one of them has got to be a secret rare. So we were trying to guess which one it is. Well, the reality of things is they freaking both are. That is not something I was expecting. But no, both of them, Diabellstar the Black Witch and Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, are both secrets. Which, look, I am of mixed opinions on this because I don't think multiple good cards being secrets is a terrible thing, because it means that the value is probably going to be spread out a little bit between the secret rares, right? Like if there was only one good secret rare in the set, that one would just be off the charts expensive, and the other secret rares would all be trash. So I don't think this is the end of the world, but still, for someone who's like, if you're gonna look into playing Diabellstar after Age of Overlord, it's gonna be a hefty amount. It's going to be a hefty amount because you're going to need 3 of this one. You're going to need 1 of this one. And you're also going to need 1 of this one because you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player. And every Yu-Gi-Oh player after Age of Overlord is going to need an SP Little Knight. So that's going to be an adventure. That's going to be an adventure. Even if I don't think the individual secret rares are going to go like, 100 plus or whatever. Still needing like a lot of secrets is going to be a thing, right? So it's going to be a very expensive deck core. Dire Bellstar Rescue is on its way to be the most expensive deck in the format. No, actually could be, right? Because Rescue, that is one thing that could genuinely, it could genuinely hold back Rescue Ace a little bit because it's going to be very, very expensive, right? Like Rescue Ace is already expensive, right? Like freaking Hydrant. How much is Hydrant? Let me check. Hydrant. Oh! What did I do? Okay, this one is not that expensive. Hand reveal. Okay, so if you want to play Rescue Ace after Age of Overlord, you have to spend $135 on a playset of hydrants and whatever 3 Dire Bellstar and 3, no, not 3 Dire Bellstar, 1 Dire Bellstar. Let's check. We have pre-sale prices, don't we? Pre-sale prices. Oh no, Dire Bellstar is not here yet. Oh, 45. 45 on Dire Bellstar. And 58 on the quick play spell right now. You only need 1 witch. Most decks that play the Dire Bellstar package only play 1 Dire Bellstar, yeah. Of course, these are not definitive prices yet. We don't know if this is what it's if this is what it's going to be. Shoutouts to this person trying to move him for 90. I respect the hustle. We're gonna have to wait and see. I think there is a chance. I think there is a chance that Age of Overlord simply has so many chase cards that the individual cards are going to go down a little bit from here. That being said, the set still has a couple of mediocre secret rares. Like, Dua Mutev is not that crazy. Visa Samsara is also not that crazy. Like, Visa Samsara is not a bad card, but it's not insane. Arias the Labyrinth Butler, same thing. Not a bad card, but not insane. Snake Eyes, not a bad card, but not insane. And then it has 2 actually bad ones. Like the TGs, if you open a box of Age of Overlord and you pull both of the TGs in the same box, you should probably stop playing the game because you're not meant to compete. You are not meant to compete. If you buy 1 box of if we open 1 box of Age of Overlord on stream and we pull Rocket Salamander and Limiter Removal in the same box, rough times. Rough times. Because Nah, that's like pulling, what was it? Power of the Elements, you pull Goatee of the Deep Beyond, and what? What else? What's the second worst secret from Power of the Elements? What was it? I don't remember. There was this trap card that was so bad. What was the trap card that was so bad? There was a Shura King. There was a trap card that was like Solemn Strike. Draconic something. No, it was something beyond whatever. Utopic. Draconic Utopic Aura. Yeah. If you, that's pulling both the TGs from Age of Overlord is like pulling a freaking Goatee of the Deep Beyond and Dragonic Aura in Power of the Elements. Because Age of Overlord by like 2023 measures is literally this year's Power of the Element. This is by far the most powerful set from 2023. You know? I'll get my TGs as singles. Happy they're cheap. I mean, they're gonna be cheap, dude. They're gonna be cheap. Between all those other powerful secret rares, TG Rocket Salamander and TG Limiter Removal, literally there's no way these guys go for $5 each. There's no shot. They're gonna be less than that in the long run. I don't know what it's gonna be at release or pre-sale, but Rocket Salamander and Limiter Removal are doomed. More powerful than Photon Hypernova? I think so. Photon Hypernova was what? Photon Hypernova was a Rysard and Thrust. It's also Photon Hypernova was powerful. Well, I think this one's better. What other rarities did we know now? We know that the Vanquish Soul is an ultra rare, which I'm personally looking forward to that card. We know the Manadium level 6 is an ultra rare. King Sarcophagus is a solid ultra rare. Dua Mutef, this one is the sneak promo, I believe. Odd Eyes Arc Grey Dragon, whatever that is. Oh, this one's a good ultra too. The Snake Eye Ultras are not going to be bad. I think it's just an overall pretty solid set. There's some bad ultras. Like, I'm looking at Tainted of the Tistina. Specifically, probably the worst ultra. But yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good set. It's pretty pog. Do you think Horus will do anything pre-Centurion? Honestly, the way I feel about Horus cards, it feels awfully similar to how I felt about Revolution Synchron. I think, just like Revolution Synchron, the Horus cards are incredibly cool, have potential, look incredibly fun to cook with, but I have my doubts that they will establish themselves as a top meta threat in some deck. Kind of the same vibes I was getting from Revolution Synchron. Like a card that I was extremely excited when it got first announced and when it was about to come out, but then it wasn't quite clear of what you can do with it. And then so people experimented with it, and eventually people found that wasn't powerful enough. That's kind of the vibes I'm getting from Horus as of now. But who knows? Right? Who knows? But yeah. I mean, yeah, no, all eyes on SP Little Knight. All eyes on SP Little Knight. Literally. Wow, okay. Okay, let me close some of these tabs. And we're gonna spend the last almost 2 hours with some actual gaming. Isn't that phenomenal? Isn't that great? We're actually going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Chat. And you guys get to take part because we're gonna do viewer games. Let me just very quickly prepare for it. Give me a second. Because we're gonna do Age of Overlord testing a little bit today. We're not going to play Master Duel today. We're going to play Master Duel tomorrow because the new cards come out tomorrow. So today we're just going to do some Age of Overlord testing. And I think the one thing that probably makes the most sense if we test it is we're just going to put the Diabellstar cards to some use. And we're going to play Rescue Ace. Let me boot up DB. Oh, we still have this deck build. Beautiful. This is from the Rika Lessons. Rescue Ace. Age of Overlord. All right. Now, the one thing I will say is we're going to probably freestyle some of the combos because I haven't played much of Rescue Ace so far. So let's just, I'm looking at an OCG list right now. You know, I need to start somewhere. So we're going to do this. It does play, what is this one? They all look so similar. No, they play one Fire Engine. They play one Fire Attacker. They play 3 Airlifter. They play 3 Impulse. 3 Hydrant. 1 HQ. They play 3 Snake Eye. No, 1 Snake Eye. 1 Snake Eye, 3 this. 1 Diabellstar. We play 3 Emergency. 1 Contain, 1 Extinguish, 1 Rescue, 1 Alert. Yep. And this is basically your engine, right? This is basically your engine. I don't know if the ratios are perfect, by the way. I just copied this from the Osaka Championship Series. And then the rest is room for non-engine, which is 12, which isn't bad. That's a decent amount, right? I'm sorting here. Ash. Ross. Rhoda. Not that much room for non-engine, actually. Right? YCS Japan. No, it's not YCS Japan. It was a area championship. It does have side deck. They don't run 1-for-1, but you can. I don't know what the non-engine is supposed to be, like, ideally. I'm guessing I kind of want to reuse hand traps post Age of Overlord. It kind of seems good to play hand traps. I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Cut the Fire Attacker and a Hydrant. Let me quickly... So Fire Attacker... If a Rescue Ace is normal or special, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a card is added to your opponent's hand, you can draw 2, discard 1. This is not mandatory, right? And Fire Engine... Fire Engine is like your go-to target for Impulse, right? So the reason to play the Fire Attacker would basically just be if I draw Engine plus Impulse. But then I can still just summon, like... I can just summon Airlifter and still special summon Fire Engine, no? It's not like that bad. Nah, let's remove the Fire Attacker for now. Where's my boy Fenrir? Is Fenrir good in Rescue Ace? I feel like it'd be awkward sometimes. I mean, going second, you can hold your impulse for your turn. But I don't know. Impulse can only summon machines. Oh yeah, Machine Rescue Ace. So you can just get Hydrant. Why doesn't Impulse summon Preventer a lot anyways? But then you need another Rescue Ace monster. But you can do that. If you have Fire Engine in hand... If you have Fire Engine in hand and Impulse, you can just Impulse summon Preventer, and then on summon of Preventer, summon out Fire Engine, and then you have another name for Preventer. And if you don't have Fire Engine in hand, you just summon Fire Engine. So you don't need Fire Attacker. Yeah, screw Fire Attacker. Let's get rid of Fire Attacker. I don't know what the non-legend should be for next format yet. Let's just... They're all playing Called By, but that's probably just for Maxi, but let's throw in Called By, whatever. So for extra deck, they play this dude. Why does this deck specifically play 2 SP Little Knight? Why does this deck play 2 SP Little Knight, Monka Christ? Is it just because the deck has room? Is it just because you can in this deck because it doesn't take that much space in the extra deck? That might literally just be the reason, right? They even play... The list that I found even plays... The list even plays... Super Poly targets. So we're gonna have hella room in the extra deck because I don't think... I'm not gonna keep Super Poly in here. Appaloosa. Goddess. Oops. Wrong goddess. Goddess. Access code. By the way, I think the reason I think the reason why people are not playing something like Ibli anymore is very simply because with SP Little Knight out there, literally the best end board you can go for is just IP Masquerena. Like IP Masquerena is a real end board again, right? Like before Age of Overlord, IP Masquerena is kind of like whatever. But now, I think IP Masquerena is going to become like a thing again. Like it's now going to be a respectable thing again to just end on IP Masquerena. Like that's going to be good, right? And so you don't need to. I don't think you need to spend room in your main deck for Ibli in game 1. Like maybe you're going to side deck Ibli to prevent stuff like evenly matched or whatever. But I don't think you need. I don't think you need to worry about it in the main deck. So maybe it's maybe Pazlomino is a nice option with like, what was it, Dweller? I don't know. I haven't played enough Rescue Ace to really build this extra deck perfectly. And then like, what else? Is there another good option for rank 4 that we need? Baguska maybe? I don't know. I sent a spreadsheet I'm working on. Wait, Quantal's a spreadsheet gamer now? All right. I guess that is a good idea for me to look at a replay before we even... Oh, you're playing Jet Synchron. All right. Yep, Diabellstar, Hydrant, Airlifter, Emergency. That's a respectable turn 1. That's a respectable turn 1 combo, in my opinion. That is one Diabellstar, right? Plus this card. So you still have 3 other cards in your hand. You still have 3 other cards in your hand. And then So it's the same combo as just having Airlifter. You just don't need a discard, right? Because it was basically just getting to Airlifter. Right? It was basically the same. I'm working on optimal lines when you open both. Yeah, that's probably where it gets more... Yeah, I haven't looked into it that much yet, but it's the same. This is the same combo, right? Is there lines with the jet synchron? The jet synchron seems interesting. Brian Beirut, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the support. Also, Monzi Vase, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, you know what? Jet plus Turbulence is Baron. Wait, is this a level 9? It's a level 9. Oh, Jet Synchron is a nice option. That is nice, because you can go Diabellstar with this, make a level 8 Synchro, later on bring back Jet and make a level 10. That is a nice option. You have like Baron, you have Savage. Ooh. That could be cooking. That could be cooking. That could be a nice option. All right, chat. We're just gonna do viewer games. Keep in mind, I'm playing this deck for the first time. The password is Josh as always, and I'm just gonna host, play some, post Age of Overlord, whatever. There we go. Demo. Let's go. Let me move over. Put custom cards, so do you can have Gen and Ken? Oh right, yeah. We can go to the section that allows custom cards, so you guys can play Gen and Ken. Unpopular opinion, chat. Actually unpopular opinion, but the deck I'm most excited to try is Vanquish Soul after, but it's probably not gonna. It's more like a because I like. Oh, no, my bad. All right, let's see. All right, so this is awkward, right? Add a Diabellstar from deck to hand. Damn, Impulse is so nice. Yeah. Where's Diabellstar? There it is. So what would the line here be if I draw this in my hand? Because if I summon this, that sets directly from the deck. I don't have... I mean, I have a target for it. I would just set another Hunter Fiend, right? So, banish this card, target a sinful spouse that's banished in the grave, place it on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. So I just pitch an Impulse, activate effect. Set this down. And then I activate this. Right? This still feels very weak to hand traps. I could have normal summoned Impulse. I could have normal summoned Impulse and then sent that one with the Sinful Spoils. Then I would have had 2 Rescue Ace cards in the graveyard. Maybe that was a safer line. So... we're just gonna draw what we need, right? Yeah, no problem. No problem, no problem, no problem, no problem. The game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not that hard, to be honest. Yeah, normal summon. Beep. I'm supposed to get this one, right? And then activate this. Summon Hydrant. Tribute. I don't need the one on the field, I don't think, right? Effect. Is there... What do I search if I already have Turbulence? Is it just Preventer? It might just be Preventer. Probably is Preventer. Right. And then I just banish 2 Rescue. Is it cards? Rescue Ace cards. You definitely want to banish this because you bring it back later. I assume banishing the monsters is better. Does this one also banish? I don't actually know. This. I'm also a certified Rescue Ace expert because I have drawn none of the one-offs that I want to set here. Pop, 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 pop. All right, so... So normally I'm supposed to... Normally I'm supposed to add Preventer here, right? If I didn't already have it, I would add it here. If I already have Preventer, I would normally add an Impulse, but since I also have that already... Does it matter what I add here? It doesn't feel like it does matter. Like, I can just add a Fire Engine. Yeah. And then you just banish this for the Preventer. And then you link these two into Sunlight Wolf, right? And then this trigger summons a banished Airlifter. Effect, Sunlight Wolf. Add back. Oh no, Turbulence. Hold up. I want Turbulence. And then this. Makes IP. It doesn't end on... It doesn't end on a Rescue Ace on the board? Is that a problem? If you control a Rescue Ace monster... Oh, I have the Reborn, right. I have the Reborn. Do I Reborn immediately? Is there a reason to? Don't think I need to. I mean, I could. The draw phase. And you go... Does it need to be Hydrant? If you control Hydrant... Yeah, it needs to be Hydrant. Hydrant needs to be here. So there you go. Bop. But I don't need to summon out the Fire Engine right now. Right? That I can save for later. Like when they play into my Impulse, I can wait. I could. I don't know. Yeah, sure. Hmm. We're going to chain Hunter Fiend. The other two are not chainable. All right, well. I mean, we still have, it's still, this is just, this setup is crazy. You did that on purpose. Nah, I'm banishing your shit. Nah. You can fuck right off. I'm going to banish this, and I'm going to trigger this. I will add back an airlift, or a hydrant. A hydrant. Sure. Glamour? Could chain SP so his thrust only sets? I could have done that. Interesting. Yeah, no, I could have done that. Talents. Okay. That probably was the play, unironically. That probably was the play to just, you know, draw two, yeah. That probably was the play. SP Live Night is so insane. I mean, they basically need unexpected die or they don't play, right? But why didn't they just search unexpected die? Right. Keep Hydrant over Wolf is also okay. Keep I wanted the add back, even though I probably don't need it because it's like if I get another turn, I probably just win. If I keep Hydrant, okay. Oh, they already left. Damn. Let me host in custom so people can play Jen and Ken. I wonder if they should have just kept Ash for the emergency, but since we hard drew, can I stop hard drawing Diabellstar? This hand is a lot less fun than the last one. You just go Diabellstar, pitch Sinful Spoils, right? That's just what you do. I mean, it's not even that bad, right? That's actually not that bad. You just go pitch this because it's later on a free. Yeah, that's fine. This is actually the same than just drawing this, right? Like just this, you search this, discard a different card. Now you just discard this for that. Yeah, it actually works out fine. That is one of the best parts, unironically, about the Diabellstar package is that they don't have like garnets, basically. Like even if you draw them in combinations, they're still going to be fine. You can discard the trap because emergency can reset. I can. If I didn't have this one specifically, I probably would have done it, but I want to get this one to the graveyard, and I don't want to I don't want to add back a Diabell. I could, but yeah. Now still, Ash here, we pass, right? No response. All right, poggers. Hydrant. I'm probably supposed to draw first to see what I like. If I draw Turbulence, I don't need to. If I draw Airlifter, I don't need to Hydrant for Airlifter. Or I could have, maybe I could have done the full combo before doing that. It's fine. Wait, am I supposed to get emergency here? What does it do? I don't get to fire engine. What does this emergency even do right now? Hydrant, airlifter. What's the point of this emergency? Wait, it can summon turbulence? Oh. Oh, okay. Lol. I thought you needed to summon this from the hand. I thought you would summon this from the hand every time, but okay. True. I didn't even know you could do that. I thought it was only from hand. So we only get 3. And then this one just grabs the preventer. Okay. Yeah, the rescue ace combos are always trying to get to the exact same situation, just with slightly different ordering, right? So it's yeah. We're gonna now banish the airlifter, special summon preventer, make sunlight wolf, bring this back, add this back. Make do something weird. Now they know where my rescue is. That's fine. I'm gonna activate it anyways. Okay, we probably just hella confused them, but that's fine. Is this the exact same endboard that we had last time? I think so. No, we had the Diabell Star Trust thingy set. Beep. Get out the Hydrante. You don't puzzle. You probably don't need Puzzlemino. No, you probably don't need the rank 4s and shit like that. That's probably not something you do. Draw face, whatever. You don't need Puzzlemino to make rank 4s. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's fine. I will say this deck seems pretty efficient and consistent now with the Diabell Star cards. It still doesn't feel like I'm setting up unbeatable shit, you know? Ah. Uh, effect. Normal summon effect. Okay, I kind of want to use this on it. Because it just makes it unable to... I'm just going to use contain on it. Because then it cannot attack. So it cannot force IP Masquerena. I could have used Impulse, but I don't need to yet, right? Yet. So far, they have nothing that threatens. Double Iris. Okay. Duelist Alliance. Sure. Omega Plip, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Much appreciated. Star Pendulum Graph. Yeah. Um... Sure. I was thinking about just using IP to make SP to banish the Pendulum Graph. That might have been the play, because I would have made the SP Little Knight with the Sunlight Wolf, and then I would have not given them... Like, the Sunlight Wolf gives them a zone to Pendulum 2 right now, which they would not have had if I went for SP. That was probably the play, but yeah. I think I should just... I know they have a low scale in hand. So I just go IP into SP, banish the high scale, I guess. If they have another high scale, they can still only Pendulum 1 from the extra deck. They can't Pendulum summon both. I like the play more that I didn't do. The one where you banish the Pendulum Graph with the SP. Aw. Thank you, Aster YGO. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. All right, so we got... They need to have a... What the hell is that? Add a card that mentions... Okay. They're doing hella things. First of all, thank you for the 420. I think that sounds a little bit too gimmicky, because what does that deck do if you don't draw the... What if you don't draw the what's it called? The back metamorphosis. I'm banishing this because I'm probably throwing. I just didn't want him to be able to attack the SP, but I could have just popped that. Remember Impulse in hand? Yeah, I could have used Impulse already at some point. I still have Impulse, Summon out Preventer to book, right? I still have this to destroy. I still have Impulse to book, and I still have Fire Engine as well to float into something else. I want to say it's not. I don't think they can play through this, but I also don't know all their cards perfectly, so I might have. I probably sequenced this suboptimally. This should have been banished. I should have gone for the SP when they activated this. Or rather, when they placed the Wisdom Eye, I should have gone SP Little Knight, banish Star Pendulum Graph. That's what I should have done. Why is a link 2/2 banishes? That is a very philosophical question. What the hell is that? During the main phase, add a Supreme King Dragon or Supreme King Gate Pendulum from your deck to your hand, or if you control Supreme King Zark, you can special summon it instead. You can only... Where is that from? Okay. Oh, it is from Age of Overlord. Okay. That's a good card. Why didn't we talk about that card? Oh, because it adds pendulums. Right. Right. I remember now. Railgun, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Penned it up. Let's go. They did, in fact, I don't think they had a high scale because I don't think they want to have a high scale 5 right now. You skipped all the pendulum cards. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am not super I'm not super excited for pendulum cards. I don't even this like this is a good card. I don't think all this stuff makes pendulum viable. That's why we skipped it in the discussion, but they're not bad cards. They are not bad cards. All right, we got a Wisdom Eye from the extra deck and a Purple Poison from the hand. Now, the thing is, there is something in hand. This thing again, right? No. Do I know the card in hand? I don't think I do. But I could just pop the Wisdom Eye. But I don't need to. I can just pop whatever they make. Right? Like, what are they going to make? That does not work. You can't use the Joker. Ah, the beauty of DB. The beauty of DB. Song name? This one is called March of the Pilgrims. I'm just gonna pop it. I'm just gonna pop it anyways. Just go to grave. All to grave. Or better, yeah, better known as the Malphite team, yeah, from Runeterra. That's where it's from, or that's where I know it from. End phase, augers. Okay. Now the thing is, I am certain that we have game right now with an Axis Code Talker. Especially because SP comes back. What the hell is this? Irrelevant. Okay. Well, SP comes back. And your Supreme King Gate Magician comes back. And we just go with this in the end phase. We go special summon out Airlifter, tribute this, Airlifter effect. Adds a rescue ace spell from deck to hand. Let's just add another emergency. This is not optimal at all, but it does not matter. Because all we need to do... How big is this? Yeah, we just need to do an Axis Code Talker. What does this do? Lots of words. Nothing. Okay, lots of words for a whole lot of nothing. So we make a Link 3. We normal summon. Emergence contribute from... Oh, right, it contributes from hand. Right, yeah. Yeah, not that it matters. We just go Unicorn, pitch, fire engine, target this. Two different attributes. Oh. Playing 2 SP Monka W. Unironically, the scary thing is, it's probably correct. It's probably correct to play 2 SPs in this deck, which is scary. Does this trigger on destruction or anything like that? No. Banish, pop, banish, pop, and then this. We could have done this a lot more efficient. This is, yeah, we definitely had more interruptions and a better way to OTK through, because we didn't know the card in hand. We did, what did we do? Normal summon, unicorn, Axis Code. No, we didn't play into Nib, at least. We did not play into Nib, at least. All right, let's do one more. We're actually Christian right now. Okay, we're probably losing that one. I don't know the deck well enough. At least we go first all the time. Okay. This hand is a little bit awkward. Let's just banish the XYZs because I don't know how to make them. 4, 5, 6. I don't really want Hydrant. I guess we'll just take Called by the Grave, normal summon Impulse. It's probably Called by. And then go normal summon Impulse, activate Snake Eye, summon Hydrant. Hydrant get... Wait, what does Hydrant get? Hydrant's only monsters, right? Riskiest monster. I think this is combo, but I'm not 100% positive, actually. I cannot send a set Imperm away for this because it has to be a face-up card. It has to be a face-up card. Which is why this is awkward. I cannot set. It says send a face-up card. If we get Impermed here, we cry, by the way. We cry fat tears. It's Preventer, I think. Preventer. Banish Impulse. Preventer, Banish Impulse. Link for Sunlight Wolf. This. Summon the banished. I don't want to add back with the Sunlight Wolf just yet. A problem has ensued. How big is my token? My token is 4863. Yeah. Get that shit out of here. I'm not sure if I took the optimal route to combo there. There's a decent chance, there is a realistic chance that there was a better way to combo this this line for sure. I'm not ah. Oh god, nah, dude. Uh-oh. Nah, they have a trigger for Rhinoheart. Okay. 2 elements strongest. You should have gone Linkuriboh. But you mean before summoning Preventer, just go Linkuriboh with the Hydrant, summon Turbulence? Maybe. That was... Yeah, that would have been less summons. Normal summon, Hydrant, Linkuriboh, Turbulence. That would have been Turbulence on summon number 4. Maybe that was the better line. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Yep. I don't understand how people... Hold up. I need that. No! Don Hashiro, Dun Yele, and Tamako. Thank you guys so much for the subs. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. $3,000. We're not dead yet. We've practically lost the game. Normal summon malicious. Oh my god. I'm going to imperm Beatrice. No, we're gonna survive. Let's go. No, we're not. Are we? No, we're not. No, we're not. Uh-oh. No, we're dead. Okay, yep. Haveness? Oh, wait, you already have Sharon? Where's Sharon? Oh, no monster in hand? 28, 25, 53. Okay, we try again. We try again. We try again. Okay, but this hand surely is nice, right? Please tell me this hand is nice. This hand has to be nice. Do I pitch Hydrant for this shit? I think I do, right? We set this. Lotux, thank you for the 7 months, and thank you for completing level 1 on the hype train. Appreciate you. So this sends this. We get the Hydrante. We go effect Hydrante. We will add Airlifter. We normal summon Airlifter. Is there... Hold up. 1, 2, 3. If I go emergency now, summon out a Turbulence from my deck, that's 4 summons. Under Nib. I'm staying under Nib before I resolve Turbulence. That seems worth it. I mean, this is the standard combo anyways, right? You want to play around Nib or Imperm? I guess. But like, I don't even have the means to play around Imperm in this build, right? Because I don't play the Proxy Magician. Turbulence. Tribute Airlifter. SP. Oh, SP to play around Imp. That is so sick, dude. The things you can do. SP does not play around Imperm? Wait, does it not? When your opponent activates a card or effect, target 2 face-up monsters. Oh, you Imperm on summon, of course. Yeah, of course, of course. Wait. Resolve. This. 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 Well, but it would in this case because I have another one, right? If they Imperm on summon, I just summon the one from my hand. Feel me? We go for... Since we hard drew Preventer, we don't need to use the Rhoda. Sunlight Wolf. Preventer. Lifter. Effect. Add back. Turbulence. Here they would have to nib because otherwise SP completely invalidates nib. Wait, no, not SP. My bad. Misclick. IP. Set imperm. I could have used the Rhoda immediately to get impulse. Probably was the play, but it's fine. Pop. Get hydrant. Double turban hand is such. Yeah, I probably should have added back a different one. That's the thing. When I learn the standard combo for a freaking deck, that's what I autopilot towards the first couple games that I play the deck. It's like I didn't even look at my hand when I added back with the Sunlight Wolf. It's just that's what we did in the previous combo, so I did the same. I probably should have added another. But it's okay. You might want to check the combo I put that plays around any one hand trap. Yeah. If I ever... Ooh. Ooh. That's a problem. That's a big problem because I don't have a way to use my IP now because I'm an idiot and I didn't go for... I didn't go for the... I should have had Impulse in hand already. Yeah, that's my bad. If I had Impulse in hand, we'd still be fine. But I don't. That's okay. Add back Airlifter? What's the point of that? Oh, you contribute this card. Special rescue is from your hand. Sec. I need to... This. Add back Airlifter. Just leave and say the internet died? Nah. They could have used the shuffler on that, yeah. But I do lose to... I just lose to the Mud Dragon, right? I have, even if I have... There's no disruption that I can get. I don't think. Agito. Oh, I also forgot to draw a card. I'm just completely throwing. That was 3 Nibiru's. This game is basically the reason why I don't test as much on stream, because I play so much worse when I'm like I'm listening to music and I'm trying to talk to Twitch chat at the same time. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. I feel like the synchro package is mandatory. Omni negates would be kind of neat, but I do think I do not think it is that bad. Yeah, I just lose. Evenly is completely fine. You think so, Quantal? What's the solution to evenly? You don't die? So it's just like you have follow-up. What do you keep after, like, from the evenly, though? What's, like, the one you keep? Impulse in hand, preventer book setup. Yeah. Dangerous. For the Rhino pop IP. Yeah. Yeah, we're literally just dead. Super Poly is still pretty powerful against this deck. But I can definitely see how this deck improves after Age of Overlord. Like, even though some of the times, some of the hands we just had were a little bit scuffed in how they achieved the end board, all of them did, right? And that's the most important part, I think. That's the most important part, is that it gets a lot more consistent. No matter if you think the deck is strong enough or not, it definitely gets a lot more consistent. Tier just seems like a bad matchup for this deck. I don't want to blame it on that, because that last game was definitely winnable if I didn't throw. Like I made multiple mistakes that game. Like I forgot to draw with this thing, because sometimes I forget how broken this card is, and I forgot that it draws a card as well. So that drawing like an Ash on top could have totally changed the outcome of the game. Also, the fact that I didn't use the, which one is it? The rescue? No, the alert. Yeah, I didn't use the alert on turn 1. I should have used alert to add impulse to hand, and then I should have used Sunlight Wolf to add back a different, not a second turbulence, right? And then it would have been a much better situation. Could also just, well, yeah, I mean, I was assuming since we didn't side, I didn't want to go blind Dweller, because it was basically game 1, right? It definitely wasn't because I have no idea how to make Dweller in this deck. That was definitely not the reason. It was definitely because I wanted to simulate a game 1 situation where I wouldn't blind Dweller, right? Yeah. How do you Dweller, though, without Puzzlomino Quantal? Like, unironically, what's the, like, how do I get 2 level 4s? I get an Airlifter back from Preventer. Check spreadsheet, smile. SP Hydrant. Abyss Dweller set 3. Abyss Dweller set 3. Airlift, okay. Alright, Airlifter, emergency, hydrant, turbulence, summon turbulence, set 4. Use quick play to grab preventer, banish alert, link procs. Ah. Okay. That makes sense. Where's the link to that spreadsheet? Is this supposed to be public, Quantal? Because then I'll link him the spreadsheet. I assume it's fine. I don't care. Okay. There you go, chat. The Quantal spreadsheet. Proxy seems nice because you can also make Mud Dragon. What do I cut? Baguska? Oops. Probably Baguska, right? Yeah. Can't wait to sell this spreadsheet. I will say, I think once you take like some time, focus on the card, like just sit down for like an hour or something, play out some hands, you're probably gonna get the hang of it. Like it's a deck that you can definitely learn. It doesn't seem that complicated, even though I did mess it up in my first couple games a couple times. I think it doesn't seem like the most it doesn't seem like the most complicated of decks. It seems relatively straightforward. Is Typhon gonna come up often? This card, I think, is better than people think. Like, people think it's a good card, but most of the time I see people talk about, oh, this is like good in Labyrinth. The reality is, this card is good in every single deck if you have the room for it, pretty much. Unless you're playing a deck that plays Branded Fusion or whatever. If your deck has the room for it, this is a valuable option going second in pretty much any deck. Because having the option to just have one last push going second, like once you've exhausted all of your plays into your opponent's board, having just that one more option that it does end your turn effectively because it locks you out of summoning, right? But once you've reached the end of your turn, basically, like the end of your combo, having this as an option on top of all your other plays, I think is valuable for every single deck. Every single deck is happy about having this option. Now, a lot of decks are not going to have the room for it. But every deck that has the room is going to like it, right? Why not just summon it and set 5? See, I think that's a misconception that this card is the best in the decks that don't summon a lot, because in the decks that don't summon a whole lot, I don't think you can even make it that consistently, because how are you going to, like, I think this card is even better in decks that play into your opponent's board, right? In decks that actually exhaust your opponent's interruptions, right? Like forces out some interruptions and then make this seems more powerful than just like summon Ariana, then summon this as like your only play basically, and then it just gets stopped and then you still set 5 and pass. It doesn't seem that powerful in that situation, right? Because you're just gonna get stopped on this instead, right? I don't have much space in my extra deck. Should I cut Downward Magician for Tifon? I mean, that depends what deck you're playing. I assume when you say Downward Magician, you mean Pearly? I don't think it replaces Downward Magician in Pearly. But I think it's as simple as this card is a good option in every single deck. Because it's just, this card is good going second, period. It doesn't matter what you're playing. So the only question is, does your deck have room for it? And if it doesn't have room for it, then you can't play it. But if your deck does have room for it, it's good. How do you have extra deck space problems in Pearly? Pearly is going to have extra deck problems. Hold up. Pearly after Age of Overlord, you're going to swap this for... You're going to swap this for Little Knight. So a Pearly extra deck is going to need Little Knight. It's going to need Masquerena. You probably don't need Lingaribo. Masquerena, Little Knight. 1 Zeus is enough. Maybe a... Yeah, I mean, now... I honestly... You don't need Zeus, Slacker, Pride. I think you always play Zeus in... I think you always play Zeus in Pearly. The second, no, the second Zeus you don't need. This is a very old list. This is a very old list of mine. This was very outdated. The main deck, at least. Well, it's not that outdated, but I think these 13 are gonna probably be mandatory, and then other options include Ensemble. You're probably gonna run like 15 out of these 16. IP seems weird. I think IP is powerful in Pearly. Now, like SP Little Knight just makes IP very good, I think. I think you could very realistically decide to turn 2 extra level 1s on turn 1 into an IP instead of these, because it's the reason why I like IP is because it also outs random shit like Contact C and whatnot. Even though, I mean, Little Knight technically already outs that, but IP, I think it's maybe it's not mandatory, but like, yeah, you're gonna run 3 out of these 4, I think, to finish out this extra deck for Pearly. So Pearly doesn't necessarily have... I don't think Pearly necessarily has extra deck problems, but you still have some decisions to make, right? Like, technically a second beauty is also an option. How would your IP board set up? Noir, IP, and 1 more monster seems a lot. Okay, so there's a couple options. The first option is your plan is you just use Noir. You don't make a towers out of it, basically. You use Noir up a couple times and then you IP it away at the end, which is not terrible. But honestly, what I used to do a lot in Dortmund, for example, is I wanted to set up Noir plus I wanted to have a set quick play spell anyways to play around Herald of the Abyss, right? Because what you can do if they Herald of the Abyss on your Noir, you just chain a quick play to summon Per Lily, and that's also a Dark Fairy, so you can dodge Herald of the Abyss, right? And if you set up IP... So my most common setup for Dortmund was Noir plus Ensemble Robin or Princess Sprite plus a quick play spell face down, right? And in that scenario, the rank 1 could just be an IP, and then I have Noir, IP, quick play spell, right? And then if I see, okay, they don't have thrust into Herald of the Abyss, I can just go quick play spell into Lily or into Purely or Pure Lily, use their effect, get the card out of it, and then IP into Little Knight, right? I think that's a realistic setup. I think that's something you can realistically do with Pearly. I don't think that's too far off. But I do agree, if you want to go for that line, you can take out the Robin maybe, right? Because you don't need both technically all the time, but yeah. Just play Gen and Ken. Pearly is one of the decks that can play Gen and Ken. I've seen, I believe it was a Jesse Cotton list that used Gen and Ken in Pearly, which I don't hate that idea. The only thing I didn't like about that list and about that concept in general is that it only played 2 Pearly and 2 Pearlilies. I'm not a big fan of cutting down on the main deck Pearly monsters. I think you just run out of them too fast. This deck is so cool. I'm sad you didn't perform. I think it's okay. I think I learned a lot from YCS Dortmund. I think I made some way too crucial mistakes in deck building. So it's fine. You learn from stuff like that. It's okay. I think you missed some of the new cards from the weekend, the Pendulum Witch and 1 more Goblin pack filler. Wait, what are we? Did I miss? Did we miss new cards? Are there new cards? Oh, you're right. You are right. There's 2 cards I have not reacted to. My bad. Okay. Well, no problem. They came out today. Oh, really? No, this one is from October 7th. And this one is... Oh, no, I've... Okay. No, I just missed these when I looked through the site this morning. Okay. Oh, this is a jump promo. Okay. All right, let's talk about these then. More pendulum support. Yay, said no one ever. Pendulum Witch. Level 3 Earth Spellcaster Pendulum Effect Monster. Pendulum Scale 8. V-Jump promo. I have no idea what this means. How long we're gonna, how long we're gonna have to wait to get this card. Pendulum Effect. All right, it's a pendulum card, so everyone get your reading glasses. It's gonna be a while. You can only use the pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. If a face-up, fusion, synchro, and/or XYZ you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, while this card is in the pendulum zone, you can add a pendulum monster with the same original type as one of those monsters from your deck or to your extra deck face-up. That's a pretty irrelevant scale effect because it relies on your opponent to trigger it, and it's just mediocre. That's a very mediocre scale 8 effect. Monster effect. You can only use the first monster effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can target a card in your pendulum zone, destroy both it and this card, and if you do, add one level 4 or lower pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. If this card in the monster zone is destroyed, you can place it in your pendulum zone. Okay. So you want to normal summon this card. Like you want to scale a card, you want to normal summon this thing, then you want to pop the scale and itself to search a pendulum, and then this will place itself into the scale. Which is a very convoluted way of saying this card is basic. In terms of card advantage and all that, it's a Rhoda that takes your normal summon. Yes. It's like, it's a Rhoda that takes your normal summon. But it's not quite a Stratos, because that's what you think it would be then, right? A Rhoda that takes your normal summon would technically be a Stratos, but you still don't have a monster on the board. So it's basically a Stratos that puts itself into the extra deck. But it doesn't put itself into the extra deck, it puts your scale into the extra deck, and it's in itself in the scale. Who cares? It's not a terrible card, but I literally do not care. Alright. Cool. Good talk. Good talk. Good talk. Glad we talked about that. Goblin Paratrooper Squad. So this is randomly in Phantom Nightmare, and it's not part of the Goblin Rider archetype. That's what they were called, right? The ones we read earlier. It was Goblin Rider, I think. But this one seems to be part of the Goblin Attack Force, Goblin Squad kind of things. But yeah, okay, well, it's here. Level 4 Wind Warrior Effect Monster, 0 attack, 2000 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is special summoned from the hand in attack position, target an effect monster your opponent controls. Change this card to defense position. Negate that target's effect while this card is in face-up defense position. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field while this card is in your graveyard, you can discard a card, add this card to your hand. This card's complete garbage. This card is literally unplayable. If this card exists in like 2005, we don't play that. There's not a single period in the lifespan of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that this card sees play in. like borderline. Nah, this card is not even playable in LOB format. Because Mystical Elf is better than this. Mystical Elf is better than this because it has some attack points. Literally, I don't think there is, and I'm actually not exaggerating. I actually thought about this for like at least 10 seconds, so I've reached a conclusion that is definitely correct. I don't think there is a single year in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where this card sees play. The fact that they printed this in 2023 is crazy to me. Yeah, no, there's no way. Napian, thank you for the full year. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay, well. Those were... Why did you remind me of these? Why did you even remind me of these? I randomly skipped the most irrelevant ones. There was some spidey sense going on when I skipped these this morning. I didn't even realize, but no, it was for the better. It was for the better. Where's the Goblin Rider review? We did that earlier. It's probably going to be on YouTube. You can go !YouTube if you missed the Goblin Rider review, because those are actually good cards. Those are actually good cards. And we looked at them earlier. We also looked at the new Snake Eyes. So all that stuff we have done today. It's probably going to be up on YouTube at some point. Yeah. All right. Close-up stream ending. It is actually ending. We are leaving a couple minutes earlier today because I still need to make my way to the post office and it's closing in a little bit. So we're gonna leave it here. But don't be sad. Don't be sad. We're gonna be back tomorrow. We're gonna be back tomorrow with the new Master Duel, cards. And also, like I said earlier, hey, look, you guys are gonna be in for a couple treats these upcoming weeks because we're gonna have a bunch of extra streams. We're gonna stream the Master Duel Challenger Cup finals this Friday. And we're also going to be live for probably both days of YCS Indianapolis. So, no complaints, all right? We're going to have a bunch of extra streams the next couple weeks. Without further ado, I really hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs. You guys are amazing as always. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. And yeah, actually, also, I think we're going to be live longer tomorrow than the regular 5 p.m. or whatever. But I'll tell you more about that tomorrow. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And bye-bye. Peace.